Hey everyone, and welcome to the very first Tine Robert Jordan Reading Day. Now, if you're not familiar with what this is, every year in the Tolkien fandom, we have a Tolkien Reading Day for fans to get together and have readings about the Lord of the Rings and from the text so that we can just get together as a community and enjoy this work together. And so I wanted to bring that same kind of idea to the Wheel of Time and to Robert Jordan's writings. So that's what we're going to do today. We're going to have readings from all different types of people from throughout the community, and all of that is going to be accompanied by my Soundscape of Time project. Now, if you're not familiar with what that is, it's a 3D immersive audio experience. So I've recorded sound effects, I've went out and recorded ambience, designed other sounds, and written music for the whole audiobook experience. So if you have the Michael Kramer and Kate Redding audiobooks, it lines up perfectly with that. And I've finished the first book for Rosamund Pike as well. So I've already started on that journey. You'll hear a little bit of what that experience is like, and I have other samples that you can check out. But that's kind of the idea. We're going to have a bunch of readings with these accompaniments, and it's a really immersive experience. So make sure you have some headphones on if you're listening. And if you're interested, my Kickstarter for the next phase of my Soundscape of Time project is live right now. And we're off to a really good start, but I would love your help in pushing that over the finish line. So if you're interested, the link is over here. You can check it out and back it if you're interested. And if you like what you hear throughout the day, it'll be just more, lots and lots more of that same kind of thing, but paired with the official audiobook if you've purchased those as well. So without further ado, let's dive into it, and I hope you enjoy Tine Robert Jordan Reading Day.
Behind him, the air rippled, shimmered, solidified into a man who looked around, his mouth twisting briefly with distaste. Not so tall as Lews Therin, he was clothed in all black, save for the snow-white lace at his throat and the silverwork on the turned-down tops of his thigh-high boots. He stepped carefully, handling his cloak fastidiously to avoid brushing the dead. The floor trembled with aftershocks, but his attention was fixed on the man staring into the mirror and laughing. "Lord of the Morning," he said, "I have come for you." The laughter cut off as if it had never been, and Lews Therin turned, seeming unsurprised. "Ah, a guest. Have you the voice, stranger? It will soon be time for the singing, and here all are welcome to take part. Eliana, my love, we have a guest. Eliana, where are you? The black-clad man's eyes widened, darted to the body of the golden-haired woman, then back to Luz Theron. Shaitan take you. Does the taint already have you so far in its grip? That name, Luz Theron shuddered and raised a hand as though to ward off something. You mustn't say that name. It is dangerous. So you remember that much, at least. Dangerous for you, fool, not for me. What else do you remember? Remember, you light-blinded idiot. I will not let it end with you swaddled in unawareness. Remember. For a moment, Luz Theron stared at his raised hand, fascinated by the patterns of grime. Then he wiped his hand on his even dirtier coat and turned his attention back to the other man. Who are you? What do you want? The black-clad man drew himself up arrogantly. Once I was called Elan Morin Tedranai, but now, betrayer of hope. It was a whisper from Luz Theron. Memory stirred, but he turned his head, shying away from it. So you do remember some things. Yes, betrayer of hope. So have men named me, just as they named you dragon, but unlike you, I embraced the name. They gave me the name to revile me, but I will yet make them kneel and worship it. What will you do with your name? After this day, men will call you Kinslayer. What will you do with that? Luz Theron frowned down the ruin hall. Eliana should be here to offer a guest welcome, he murmured absently, then raised his voice. Eliana, where are you? The floor shook. The golden-haired woman's body shifted as if in answer to his call. His eyes did not see her. Elan Morin grimaced. Look at you, he said scornfully. Once you stood first among the servants. Once you wore the ring of Tamerlane and sat in the high seat. Once you summoned the 9 rods of dominion. Now look at you, a pitiful, shattered wretch. But it is not enough. You humbled me in the hall of servants. You defeated me at the gates of Paradisen. But I am the greater now. I will not let you die without knowing that. When you die, your last thought will be the full knowledge of your defeat and of how complete and utter it is. If I let you die at all. I cannot imagine what is keeping Eliana. She will give me the rough side of her tongue if she thinks I have been hiding a guest from her. I hope you enjoy conversation, for she surely does. Be forewarned. Eliana will ask you so many questions, you may end up telling her everything you know. Tossing back his black cloak, Elan Morin flexed his hands. A pity for you, he mused, that one of your sisters is not here. I was never very skilled at healing, and I follow a different power now. But even one of them could only give you a few lucid minutes if you did not destroy her first. What I can do will serve as well for my purposes. His sudden smile was cruel. But I fear Shaitan's healing is different from the sort you know. Be healed, Luz Theron. He extended his hands, and the light dimmed as if a shadow had been laid across the sun. Pain blazed in Luz Theron, and he screamed. a scream that came from his depths, a scream he could not stop. Fire seared his marrow. Acid rushed along his veins. He toppled backwards, crashing to the marble floor. His head struck the stone and rebounded. His heart pounded, trying to beat its way out of his chest, and every pulse gushed new flame through him. Helplessly, he convulsed, thrashing, his skull a sphere of purest agony on the point of bursting. His hoarse screams reverberated through the palace. Slowly, ever so slowly, the pain receded. The outflowing seemed to take 1,000 years and left him twitching weakly, sucking breath through a raw throat. Another 1,000 years seemed to pass before he could manage to heave himself over, muscles like jellyfish, and shakily push himself up on his hands and knees. His eyes fell on the golden-haired woman, and the scream that was ripped out of him dwarfed every sound he had made before. Tottering, almost falling, he scrabbled brokenly across the floor to her. It took every bit of his strength to pull her up into his arms. His hands shook as he smoothed her hair back from her staring face. Ileana! Light, help me! Ileana! His body curved around hers protectively, his sobs the full-throated cries of a man who had nothing left to live for. Ileana! No! No! You can have her back, Kinslayer. The great Lord of the Dark can make her live again, if you will serve him, if you will serve me. Lews Therin raised his head, and the black-clad man took an involuntary step back from that gaze. 10 years, betrayer, Lews Therin said softly, the soft sound of steel being bared. 10 years, your foul master has racked the world, and now this? I will... 10 years? You pitiful fool! This war has not lasted 10 years, but since the beginning of time. You and I have fought 1,000 battles with the turning of the wheel, 1,000 times 1,000. And we will fight until time dies and the shadow is triumphant. He finished in a shout, with a raised fist, and it was Lews Therin's turn to pull back, breath catching at the glow in the betrayer's eyes. Carefully, Lews Therin laid Ileana down, fingers gently brushing her hair. Tears blurred his vision as he stood, but his voice was iced iron. For what else you have done, there can be no forgiveness, betrayer. But for Ileana's death, I will destroy you beyond anything your master can repair. Prepare to... Remember, you fool! Remember your futile attack on the great Lord of the Dark. Remember his counterstroke. Remember! Even now, the 100 companions are tearing the world apart, and every day, 100 men more join them. What hand slew Ileana Sunhair, Kinslayer? Not mine, not mine. What hand struck down every life that bore a drop of your blood? Everyone who loved you. Everyone you loved. Not mine, Kinslayer. Not mine. Remember and know the price of opposing Shaitan. Sudden sweat made tracks down Lews Therin's face through the dust and dirt. He remembered, a cloudy memory, like a dream of a dream, but he knew it true. His howl beat at the walls, the howl of a man who had discovered his soul damned by his own hand, and he clawed at his face as if to tear away the sight of what he had done. Everywhere he looked, his eyes found the dead, Torn they were, or broken, or burned, or half consumed by stone. Everywhere lay the lifeless faces he knew, faces he loved. Old servants and friends of his childhood, faithful companions through the long years of battle, and his children, his own sons and daughters, sprawled like broken dolls, play stilled forever, all slain by his hand. His children's faces accused him, blank eyes asking why, and his tears were no answer. The betrayer's laughter flogged him, drowning out his howls. He could not bear the faces, the pain. He could not bear to remain any longer. Desperately, he reached out to the true source, to tainted Sidene, and he traveled. The land around him was flat and empty. A river flowed nearby, straight and broad, but he could sense that there were no people within 100 leagues. He was alone as a man could be while still alive, yet he could not escape memory. The eyes pursued him through the endless caverns of his mind. He could not hide from them. His children's eyes, Eliena's eyes. Tears glistened on his cheeks as he turned his face to the sky. Light, forgive me. He did not believe it could come, forgiveness, not for what he had done. But he shouted to the sky anyway, begged for what he could not believe he could receive. Light, forgive me. He was still touching Sidene, the male half of the power that drove the universe, that turned the wheel of time, and he could feel the oily taint fouling its surface, the taint of the shadow's counterstroke, the taint that doomed the world. Because of him. Because in his pride, he had believed that men could match the Creator, could mend what the Creator had made, and they had broken. In his pride, he had believed. He drew on the true source deeply, and still more deeply, like a man dying of thirst. Quickly, he had drawn more of the one power than he could channel unaided. His skin felt as if it were aflame. Straining, he forced himself to draw more, tried to draw it all. Light, forgive me. Eliana. The air turned to fire, the fire to light liquefied. The bolt that struck from the heavens would have seared and blinded any eye that glimpsed it, even for an instant. From the heavens it came, blazed through Luz there and Telamon, poured into the bowels of the earth. Stone turned to vapor at its touch. The earth thrashed and quivered like a living thing in agony. Only a heartbeat did the shining bar exist, connecting ground and sky. But even after it vanished, the earth yet heaved like a sea in a storm. Molten rock fountained 500 feet into the air, and the groaning ground rose, thrusting the burning spray ever upward, ever higher. From north and south, from east and west, the wind howled in, snapping trees like twigs, shrieking and blowing as if to aid the growing mountain ever skyward. Ever skyward. At last the wind died, and the earth stilled to trembling mutters. Of Luz there in Telamon, no sign remained. Where he had stood, a mountain now rose miles into the sky, molten lava still gushing from its broken peak. The broad, straight river had been pushed into a curve away from the mountain, and there it split to form a long island in its midst. The shadow of the mountain almost reached the island. It lay dark across the land, like the ominous hand of prophecy. For a time, the dull, protesting rumbles of the earth were the only sound. On the island, the air shimmered and coalesced. The black-clad man stood staring at the fiery mountain rising out of the plain, his face twisted in rage and contempt. You cannot escape so easily, dragon. It is not done between us. It will not be done until the end of time. Then he was gone, and the mountain and the island stood alone, waiting. And the shadow fell upon the land, and the world was riven stone from stone. The oceans fled, and the mountains were swallowed up, and the nations were scattered to the 8 corners of the world. The moon was as blood, and the sun was as ashes. The seas boiled, and the living envied the dead. All was shattered, and all but memory lost, and one memory above all others, of him who brought the shadow and the breaking of the world, and him they named Dragon. From Aleth Nin Terran Alta Kamora, the breaking of the world, author unknown, the 4th age. And it came to pass in those days, as it had come before and would come again, that the dark lay heavy on the land, and weighed down the hearts of men. And the green things failed, and hope died. And men cried out to the Creator, saying, O light of the heavens, light of the world, let the promised one be born of the mountain, according to the prophecies, as he was in ages past, and will be in ages to come. Let the prince of the morning sing to the land, that green things will grow, and the valleys give forth lambs. Let the arm of the Lord of the dawn shelter us from the dark, and the great sword of justice defend us. Let the dragon ride again on the winds of time. From Troll, Rhiannon te Calamon, the cycle of the dragon, author unknown, the 4th age.
Chapter 1: An Empty Road. The wheel of time turns, and ages come and pass, leaving memories that become legend. Legend fades to myth, and even myth is long forgotten when the age that gave it birth comes again. In one age, called the 3rd age by some, an age yet to come, an age long past, a wind rose in the mountains of mist. The wind was not the beginning. There are neither beginnings nor endings to the turning of the wheel of time, but it was a beginning. Born below the ever cloud-capped peaks that gave the mountains their name, the wind blew east, out across the sandhills, once the shore of a great ocean before the breaking of the world. Down it flailed into the 2 rivers, into the tangled forest called the Westwood, and beat at 2 men walking with cart and horse, down the rock-strewn track called the Quarry Road. For all that spring should have come a good month since, the wind carried an icy chill, as if it would rather bear snow. Gusts plastered Randall Thor's cloak to his back, whipped the earth-colored wool around his legs, then streamed it out behind him. He wished his coat were heavier, or that he had worn an extra shirt. Half the time when he tried to tuck the cloak back around him, it caught on the quiver swinging at his hip. Trying to hold the cloak one-handed did not do much good anyway. He had his bow in the other, an arrow nocked and ready to drop. As a particularly strong blast tugged the cloak out of his hand, he glanced at his father or the back of the shaggy brown mare. He felt a little foolish about wanting to reassure himself that Tam was still there, but it was that kind of day. The wind howled when it rose, but aside from that, quiet lay heavy on the land. The soft creak of the axle sounded loud by comparison. No birds sang in the forest, no squirrels chittered from a branch. Not that he expected them, really. Not this spring. Only trees that kept leaf or needle through the winter had any green about them. Snarls of last year's bramble spread brown webs or stone outcrops under the trees. Nettles numbered most among the few weeds. The rest were the sorts with sharp burrs or thorns, or stinkweed, which left a rank smell on the unwary boot that crushed it. Scattered white patches of snow still dotted the ground where tight clumps of trees kept deep shade. Where sunlight did reach, it held neither strength nor warmth. The pale sun sat above the trees to the east, but its light was crisply dark, as if mixed with shadow. It was an awkward morning, made for unpleasant thoughts. Without thinking, he touched the nock of the arrow. It was ready to draw to his cheek in one smooth movement, the way Tam had taught him. Winter had been bad enough on the farms, worse than even the oldest folk remembered, but it must have been harsher still in the mountains, if the number of wolves driven down into the two rivers was any guide. Wolves raided the sheep pens and chewed their way into barns to get the cattle and horses. Bears had been after the sheep too, where a bear had not been seen in years. It was no longer safe to be out after dark. Men were the prey as often as sheep, and the sun did not have to beat down. Tam was taking steady strides on the other side of Bella, using his spear as a walking staff, ignoring the wind that made his brown cloak flap like a banner. Now and again he touched the mare's flank lightly, to remind her to keep moving. With his thick chest and broad face, he was a pillar of reality in that morning, like a stone in the middle of a drifting dream. His sun-roughened cheeks might be lined, and his hair had only a sprinkling of black among the gray, but there was a solidness to him, as though a flood could wash around him without uprooting his feet. He stumped down the road, now impassively. Wolves and bears were all very well, his manner said, things that any man who kept sheep must be aware of, but they had best not try to stop Tam Althor getting to Emmonsfield. With a guilty start, Rand returned to watching his side of the road, Tam's matter-of-factness reminding him of his task. He was a head taller than his father, taller than anyone else in the district, and had little of Tam in him physically, except perhaps for a breadth of shoulder. Gray eyes and the reddish tinge to his hair came from his mother, so Tam said. She had been an outlander, and Rand remembered little of her aside from a smiling face, though he did put flowers on her grave every year, at Beltane in the spring, and at Sunday in the summer. 2 small casks of Tam's apple brandy rested in the lurching cart, and 8 larger barrels of apple cider, only slightly hard after a winter's curing. Tam delivered the same every year to the Wine Spring Inn for use during Beltane, and he had declared that it would take more than wolves or a cold wind to stop him this spring. Even so, they had not been to the village for weeks. Not even Tam traveled much these days. But Tam had given his word about the brandy and cider, even if he had waited to make delivery until the day before festival. Keeping his word was important to Tam. Rand was just glad to get away from the farm, almost as glad as about the coming of Beltane. As Rand watched his side of the road, the feeling grew in him that he was being watched. For a while he tried to shrug it off. Nothing moved or made a sound among the trees, except the wind. But the feeling not only persisted, it grew stronger. The hairs on his arms stirred. His skin prickled as if it itched on the inside. He shifted his bow irritably to rub at his arms and told himself to stop letting fancies take him. There was nothing in the woods on his side of the road, and Tam would have spoken if there had been anything on the other. He glanced over his shoulder and blinked. Not more than 20 spans back down the road, a cloaked figure on horseback followed them, horse and rider alike black, dull and ungleaming. It was more habit than anything else that kept him walking backward alongside the cart, even while he looked. The rider's cloak covered him to boot tops. The cowl tugged well forward, so no part of him showed. Vaguely, Rand thought there was something odd about the horseman, but it was the shadowed opening of the hood that fascinated him. He could see only the vaguest outlines of a face, but he had the feeling he was looking right into the rider's eyes, and he could not look away. queasiness settled in his stomach. There was only shadow to see in the hood, but he felt hatred as sharply as if he could see a snarling face. Hatred for everything that lived. Hatred for him, most of all. For him above all things. Abruptly, a stone caught his heel and he stumbled, breaking his eyes away from the dark horseman. His bow dropped to the road, and only an outthrust hand grabbing Bella's harness saved him from falling flat on his back. With a startled snort, the mare stopped, twisting her head to see what had caught her. Tam frowned over Bella's back to him. "Are you all right, lad?" "A rider," Rand said breathlessly, pulling himself upright. "A stranger following us." "Where?" The older man lifted his broad-bladed spear and peered back warily. "There, down the..." Rand's word trailed off as he turned to point. The road behind was empty. Disbelieving, he stared into the forest on both sides of the road. Bare branch trees offered no hiding place, but there was not a glimmer of horse or horseman. He met his father's questioning gaze. He was there, a man in a black cloak, on a black horse. "I wouldn't doubt your word, lad, but where has he gone?" "I don't know, but he was there." He snatched up the fallen bow and arrow, hastily checked the fletching before re-knocking, and half drew before letting the bowstring relax. There was nothing to aim at. He was. Tam shook his grizzled head. "If you say so, lad. Come on, then. A horse leaves hoofprints, even on this ground." He started toward the rear of the cart, his cloak whipping in the wind. "If we find them, we'll know for a fact that he was there. If not, well, these are days to make a man think he's seeing things." Abruptly, Rand realized what had been odd about the horseman, aside from him being there at all. The wind that beat at Tam and him had not so much as shifted a fold of that black cloak. His mouth was suddenly dry. He must have imagined it. His father was right. This was a morning to prickle a man's imagination. But he did not believe it. Only how did he tell his father that the man who had apparently vanished to air wore a cloak that the wind did not touch? With a worried frown, he peered into the woods around them. It looked different than it ever had before. Almost since he was old enough to walk, he had run loose in the forest. The ponds and streams of the waterwood, beyond the last farms east of Emmonsfield, were where he had learned to swim. He had explored into the sandhills, which many in the Two Rivers said was bad luck. And once he had even gone to the very foot of the Mountains of Mist. Him and his closest friends, Mad Cawthon and Perrin Ibarra. That was a lot further afield than most people in Emmonsfield ever went. To them, a journey to the next village, up to Watch Hill, or down to Devon Ride was a big event. Nowhere in all of that, he found a place that made him afraid. Today, though, the Westwood was not the place he remembered. A man who could disappear so suddenly could reappear just as suddenly, maybe even right beside them. "No, father, there's no need." When Tam stopped in surprise, Rand covered his flush by tugging at the hood of his cloak. "You're probably right. No point looking for what isn't there. Not when we can use the time getting on to the village and out of this wind." "I could do with a pipe," Tam said slowly, "and a mug of ale where it's warm."
Clusters of pots clanged and banged as the peddler's wagon rumbled over the heavy timbers of the wagon bridge. Still surrounded by a cloud of villagers and farmers come for festival, the peddler reined his horses to a stop in front of the inn. From every direction, people streamed to swell the numbers around the great wagon, its wheels taller than any of the people with their eyes fastened to the peddler above them on the wagon seat. The man on the wagon was Paddon Fane, a pale, skinny fellow with gangly arms and a massive beak of a nose. Fane, always smiling and laughing as if he knew a joke that no one else knew, had driven his wagon and team into Amon's Field every spring for as long as Rand could remember. The door of the inn flew open, even as the team halted in a jangle of harness, and the village council appeared, led by Master Alvier and Tam. They marched out deliberately, even Sanbui, amid all the excited shouting of the others for pins or lace or books or a dozen other things. Reluctantly, the crowd parted to let them to the fore, everyone closing in quickly behind and never stopping their calling to the peddler. Most of all, the villagers called for news. In the eyes of the villagers, needles and tea and the like were no more than half the freight in a peddler's wagon. Every bit as important was word of outside, news of the world beyond the two rivers. Some peddlers simply told what they knew, throwing it out in a heap, a pile of rubbish with which they could not be bothered. Others had to have every word dragged out of them, speaking grudgingly with a bad grace. Fane, however, spoke freely, if often teasingly, and spun out the telling, making a show to rival a gleeman. He enjoyed being the center of attention, strutting around like an undersized rooster, with every eye on him. It occurred to Rand that Fane might not be best pleased to find a real gleeman in Amon's Field. The peddler gave the council and villagers alike exactly the same attention as he fussed with, tying his reins off just so, which was to say, hardly any attention at all. He nodded casually at no one in particular. He smiled without speaking and waved absently to people with whom he was particularly friendly, though his friendliness had always been of a peculiarly distant kind, backslapping without ever getting close. The demands for him to speak grew louder, but Fane waited, fiddling with small tasks about the driver's seat for the crowd and the anticipation to reach the size he wanted. The council alone kept silent. They maintained the dignity befitting their position, but increasingly clouds of pipe smoke rising above their heads showed the effort of it. Rand and Mat edged into the crowd, getting as close to the wagon as they could. Rand would have stopped halfway, but Mat wriggled through the press, pulling Rand behind him until they were right behind the council. "I'd been thinking you were going to stay out on the farm through the whole festival," Perrin Ibarra shouted at Rand over the clamor. Half a head shorter than Rand, the curly-haired blacksmith's apprentice was so stocky as to seem a man and a half wide, with arms and shoulders thick enough to rival those of Master Luhan himself. He could easily have pushed through the throng, but that was not his way. He picked his path carefully, offering apologies to people who had only half a mind to notice anything but the peddler. He made the apologies anyway and tried not to jostle anyone as he worked through the crowd to Rand and Mat. "Imagine it," he said when he finally reached them. "Tine and a peddler both together. I'll bet there really are fireworks." "You don't know a quarter of it," Mat laughed. Perrin eyed him suspiciously, then looked a question at Rand. "It's true," Rand shouted, then gestured at the growing mass of people, all giving voice. "Later. I'll explain later. Later," I said. At that moment, Paddon Fane stood up on the wagon seat, and the crowd quieted in an instant. Rand's last words exploded into utter silence, catching the peddler with an arm raised dramatically and his mouth open. Everybody turned to stare at Rand. The bony little man on the wagon, preparing to have everyone hanging on his first words, gave Rand a sharp, searching look. Rand's face reddened, and he wished he were Ewan's size so he did not stand out so clearly. His friends shifted uncomfortably too. It had only been the year before that Fane had taken notice of them for the first time, acknowledging them as men. Fane did not usually have time for anyone too young to buy a good deal of things off his wagon. Rand hoped he had not been relegated to a child again in the peddler's eyes. With a loud harumph, Fane tugged at his heavy cloak. "No, not later," the peddler declaimed, once more throwing up a hand grandly. "I will be telling you now." As he spoke, he made broad gestures, casting his words over the crowd. "You're thinking you had troubles in the two rivers, are you? Well, all the world has troubles, from the Great Blight south to the Sea of Storms, from the Arith Ocean in the west to the Aiel Waste in the east, and even beyond. The winter was harsher than you've ever seen before, cold enough to gel your blood and crack your bones. Ah, winter was cold and harsh everywhere. In the borderlands, they'd be calling your winter spring. But spring does not come, you say? Wolves have killed your sheep? Perhaps wolves have attacked men? Is that the way of it? Well now, spring is late everywhere. There are wolves everywhere, all hungry for any flesh they can sink a tooth into, be it sheep or cow or man. But there are things worse than wolves or winter. There are those who would be glad to have only your little troubles. He paused expectantly. What could be worse than wolves killing sheep and men? Sandbui demanded. Others muttered in support. Men killing men. The peddler's reply in portentous tones brought shocked murmurs that increased as he went on. It is war, I mean. There is war in Gildan, war and madness. The snows of the Dalan forest are red with the blood of men. Ravens and the cries of ravens fill the air. Armies march to Gildan. Nations, great houses and great men send their soldiers to fight. War, Master Alvir's mouth fit awkwardly around the unfamiliar word. No one in the Two Rivers had ever had anything to do with a war. Why are they having a war? Fane grinned, and Rand had the feeling he was mocking the villagers' isolation from the world and their ignorance. The peddler leaned forward as if he were about to impart a secret to the mayor, but his whisper was meant to carry, and did. The standard of the dragon has been raised, and men flock to oppose, and to support. One long gasp left every throat together, and Rand shivered in spite of himself. The dragon, someone moaned. The Dark One's loose in Gildan. Not the Dark One, Harold Luhan growled. The dragon's not the Dark One, and this is a false dragon anyway. Let's hear what Master Fane has to say, the mayor said, but no one would be quieted that easily. People cried out from every side, men and women shouting over one another. Just as bad as the Dark One. The dragon broke the world, did he? He started it. He caused the time of madness. You know the prophecies. When the dragon is reborn, your worst nightmares will seem like your fondest dreams. He's just another false dragon. He must be. What difference does that make? You remember the last false dragon. He started a war too. Thousands died, isn't that right, Fane? He laid siege to Ilion. It's evil times. No one claiming to be the dragon reborn for 20 years, and now 3 in the last 5 years. Evil times. Look at the weather. Rand exchanged looks with Matt and Perrin. Matt's eyes shone with excitement, but Perrin wore a worried frown. Rand could remember every tale he had heard about the men who named themselves the Dragon Reborn, and if they had all proven themselves false dragons by dying or disappearing without fulfilling any of the prophecies, what they had done was bad enough. Whole nations torn apart by battle, and cities and towns put to the torch. The dead fell like autumn leaves, and refugees clogged the roads like sheep in a pen. So the peddlers said, and the merchants, and no one in the Two Rivers with any sense doubted it. The world would end, so some said, when the real dragon was born again. Stop this, the mayor shouted. Be quiet. Stop working yourselves to a lather out of your own imaginations. Let Master Fane tell us about this false dragon. The people began to quieten, but Senbui refused to be silent. Is this a false dragon? The Thatcher asked sourly. Master Alvir blinked as if taken by surprise, then snapped, Don't be an old fool, Sen. But Sen had kindled the crowd again. He can't be the dragon reborn. Light help us, he can't be. You old fool, Bowie, you want bad luck, don't you? Be naming the Dark One next. You're taken by the dragon, Sen Bowie, trying to bring us all harm. Sen looked around defiantly, trying to stare down the glowers, and raised his voice. I didn't hear Fane say this was a false dragon, did you? Use your eyes. Where are the crops that should be knee-high or better? Why is it still winter when spring should be here a month? There were angry shouts for Sen to hold his tongue. I will not be silent. I've no liking for this talk either, but I won't hide my head under a basket till a Terran ferryman comes to cut my throat, and I won't dangle on Fane's pleasure, not this time. Speak it out plain, peddler. What have you heard, eh? Is this man a false dragon? If Fane was perturbed by the news he brought or the upset he had caused, he gave no sign of it. He merely shrugged and laid a skinny finger alongside his nose. As to that now, who can say until it is over and done? He paused with one of his secretive grins, running his eyes over the crowd as if imagining how they would react and finding it funny. I do know, he said too casually, that he can wield the one power. The others couldn't, but he can channel. The ground opens beneath his enemy's feet, and strong walls crumble at his shout. Lightning comes when he calls, and strikes where he points. That I've heard, and from men I believe. A stunned silence fell. Rand looked at his friends. Perrin seemed to be seeing things he did not like, but Mat still looked excited. Tam, his face only a little less composed than usual, drew the mayor close, but before he could speak, Ewan Finnegar burst out, "He'll go mad and die! In the stories, men who channel the power always go mad, and then waste away and die. Only women can touch it. Doesn't he know that?" He ducked under a cuff from Master Bowie. "Enough of that from you, boy," Sen shook a gnarled fist in Ewan's face. "Show a proper respect and leave this to your elders. Get away with you." "Hold steady, Sen," Tam growled. "The boy is just curious. There's no need of this foolishness from you." "Act your age," Bran said, "and for once remember you're a member of the council." Sen's wrinkled face grew darker with every word from Tam and the mayor until it was almost purple. "You know what kind of women he's talking about. Stop frowning at me, Luhan, and you too, Craw. This is a decent village of decent folk, and it's bad enough to have Thane here talking about false dragons using the power without this dragon-possessed fool of a boy bringing Aes Sedai into it. Some things just shouldn't be talked about, and I don't care if you will be letting that fool gleeman tell any kind of tale he wants. It isn't right or decent." "I never saw or heard any or smelled anything that couldn't be talked about," Tam said, but Fane was not finished. "The Aes Sedai are already into it," the peddler spoke up. "A party of them has ridden south from Tar Valon. Since he can wield the power, none but Aes Sedai can defeat him. For all the battles they fight or deal with him once he's defeated, if he is defeated." Someone in the crowd moaned aloud, and even Tam and Bran exchanged uneasy frowns. Huddlers of villagers clumped together, and some pulled their cloaks tighter around themselves, though the wind had actually lessened. "Of course he'll be defeated," someone shouted. "They're always beaten in the end, false dragons. He has to be defeated, doesn't he? What if he isn't?" Tam had finally managed to speak quietly into the mayor's ear, and Bran, nodding from time to time and ignoring the hubbub around them, waited until he was finished before raising his own voice. "All of you listen. Be quiet and listen." The shouting died to a murmur again. "This goes beyond mere news from outside. It must be discussed by the village council. Master Fane, if you will join us inside the inn, we have questions to ask." "A good mug of hot mulled wine would not go far amiss with me just now," the peddler replied with a chuckle. He jumped down from the wagon, dusted his hands on his coat, and cheerfully righted his cloak. "Will you be looking after my horses, if you please?" "I want to hear what he has to say," more than one voice was raised in protest. "You can't take him off. My wife sent me to buy pins." That was Whitconger. He hunched his shoulders at the stares some of the others gave him, but he held his ground. "We've a right to ask questions too," somebody in the crowd shouted. "Be silent," the mayor roared, producing a startled hush. "When the council has asked its questions, Master Fane will be back to tell you all his news, and to sell you his pots and pins." "Who?" "Tad, stable master Fane's horses."
"Your pardon, Master Gleeman," Rand said. He knew he was grinning foolishly himself. "That was our wisdom, and—" "That pretty slip of a girl," the Gleeman exclaimed. "A village wisdom? Why, at her age, she should better be flirting with young men than foretelling the weather and curing the sick." Rand shifted uncomfortably. He hoped Nynaeve never overheard the man's opinion, at least not until he had done with his performing. Perrin winced at the Gleeman's words, and Mat whistled soundlessly, as if both had had the same thought he had. "The men were the village council," Rand went on. "I'm sure they intended no discourtesy. You see, we just learned there's a war in Gildan, and a man claiming to be the Dragon Reborn. A false dragon. Aes Sedai are riding from there to Tar Valon. The council is trying to decide if we might be in danger here." "Old news, even in Baerlon," the Gleeman said dismissively. "And that is the last place in the world to hear anything." He paused, looking around the village, and dryly added, "Almost the last place." Then his eyes fell on the wagon in front of the inn, standing alone now with its shafts on the ground. "So, I thought I recognized Padden Fane in there." His voice was still deep, but the resonance had gone, replaced by scorn. Fane was always one to carry bad news quickly, and the worse, the faster. There's more raven in him than man. Master Fane has often come to Edmund's Field, Master Gleeman, Egwene said, with a hint of disapproval finally breaking through her delight. He is always full of laughter, and he brings much more good news than bad. The Gleeman eyed her for a moment, then smiled broadly. Now you're a lovely lass. You should have rosebuds in your hair. Unfortunately, I cannot pull roses from the air, not this year, but how would you like to stand beside me tomorrow for a part of my performance? Hand me my flute when I want it, and certain other apparatus. I always choose the prettiest girl I can find as my assistant. Perrin snickered, and Matt, who had been snickering, laughed out loud. Rand blinked in surprise. Egwene was glaring at him, and he had not even smiled. She straightened around and spoke in a too calm voice. Thank you, Master Gleeman. I would be happy to assist you. Tom Maryland, the Gleeman said. They stared. My name is Tom Maryland, not Master Gleeman. He hitched up his multi-hued cloak upon his shoulders, and abruptly his voice once more seemed to reverberate in the great hall. Once a court bard, I am now indeed risen to the exalted rank of Master Gleeman. Yet my name is plain Tom Maryland, and Gleeman is the simple title in which I glory. And he swept a bow so elaborate with flourishes of his cloak that Matt clapped, and Egwene murmured appreciatively. Master Maryland, Matt said, unsure exactly what form of address to take out of what Tom Maryland had said. What is happening at Gildan? Do you know anything about this false dragon? Or the Aes Sedai? Do I look like a peddler boy? The Gleeman grumbled, tapping his pipe on the heel of his palm. He made the pipe disappear somewhere inside his cloak, or his coat. Rand was not sure where it had gone or how. I am a Gleeman, not a newsmonger, and I make a point of never knowing anything about Aes Sedai. Much safer that way. But the war, Matt began eagerly, only to be cut off by Master Maryland. In wars, boy, fools kill other fools for foolish causes. That's enough for anyone to know. I am here for my art. Suddenly, he thrust a finger at Rand. You, lad, you're a tall one. Not with your full growth on you yet, but I doubt there's another man in the district with your height. Not many in the village with eyes that color either, I'll wager. The point is, you're an axe handle across the shoulders and as tall as an Aielman. What's your name, lad? Rand gave it hesitantly, not sure whether or not the man was making fun of him, but the Gleeman had already turned his attention to Perrin. And you have almost the size of an Ogier. Close enough. How are you called? Not unless I stand on my own shoulders, Perrin laughed. I'm afraid Rand and I are just ordinary folk, Master Maryland, not made-up creatures from your stories. I'm Perrin Bara. Tom Maryland tugged at one of his mustaches. Well now, made-up creatures from my stories? Is that what they are? You lads are widely traveled then, it seems. Rand kept his mouth shut, certain they were the butt of a joke, but Perrin spoke up. We've all of us been as far as Watch Hill and Devon Ride. Not many around here have gone as far. He was not boasting. Perrin seldom did. He was just telling the truth. We've all seen the mire, too, Matt added, and as he did sound boastful. That's the swamp at the far end of the Waterwood. Nobody at all goes there. It's full of quicksands and bogs, except us, and nobody goes to the Mountains of Mist either, but we did once, to the foot of them anyway. As far as that, the Gleeman murmured, brushing at his mustaches now continually. Matt thought he was hiding a smile, and he saw that Perrin was frowning. It's bad luck to enter the mountains, Matt said, as if he had to defend himself for not going further. Everybody knows that. That's just foolishness, Matron Cawthon, Egwene cut in angrily. Nynaeve says... She broke off, her cheeks turning pink, and the look she gave Tom Marilyn was not as friendly as it had been. "It's not right to make... It isn't..." Her face went redder, and she fell silent. Matt blinked as if he were just getting a suspicion of what had really been going on. "You're right, child," the gleeman said contritely. "I apologize humbly. I am here to entertain. My tongue has always gotten me into trouble." "Maybe we haven't traveled as far as you," Perrin said flatly, "but what does how tall Rand is have to do with anything? Just this, lad. A little later, I will let you try to pick me up, but you won't be able to lift my feet from the ground. Not you, nor your tall friend there, Rand, is it? Nor any other man. Now what do you think of that?" Perrin snorted a laugh. "I think I can lift you right now." But when he stepped forward, Tom Marilyn motioned him back. "Later, lad, later, when there are more folk to watch. An artist needs an audience." A score of folk had gathered on the green since the gleeman appeared from the inn. Young men and women down to the children who peeked wide-eyed and silent from behind the older onlookers. All looked as if they were waiting for miraculous things to appear from the gleeman. The white-haired man looked them over. He appeared to be counting them, and then gave a slight shake of his head and sighed. "I suppose I had better give you a small sample, so you can run to tell the others. Eh? Just a taste of what you'll see tomorrow at your festival." He took a step back and suddenly leaped into the air, twisting and somersaulting to land facing them atop the old stone foundation. More than that, 3 balls, red, white, and black, began dancing between his hands as he landed. A soft sound came from the watchers, half astonishment, half satisfaction. Even Rand forgot his irritation. He flashed Egwene a grin, and got a delighted one in return, and they both turned to stare unabashedly at the gleeman. "You want stories?" Tom Marilyn declaimed. "I have stories, and I will give them to you. I will make them come alive before your eyes." A blue ball joined the others from somewhere, then a green one, and a yellow. Tales of great wars and great heroes for the men and boys, for the women and girls, the entire Apotargian cycle. Tales of Otter Pandrag Tanriel, Otter Hawkwing, Otter the High King, who once ruled all the lands from the Io Waste to the Aerith Ocean, and even beyond. Wondrous stories of strange people in strange lands, of the Green Man, Warders, and Trollocs, of Ogier and Aiel, the 1,000 tales of Anla, the wise counselor, Jaem the giant slayer, how Susa tamed Jane Farstrider, Mara and the 3 foolish kings. "Tell us about Len," Egwene called, "how he flew to the moon in the belly of the eagle made of fire. Tell us about his daughter Salia, who walked among the stars." Rand looked at her out of the corner of his eye, but she seemed intent on the gleeman. She had never liked stories about adventures and long journeys. Her favorites were always the funny ones, or stories about women outwitting people who were supposed to be smarter than everyone else. He was sure she had asked for tales about Lynn and Salia to put a burr under his shirt. Surely she could see that the world outside was no place for 2 river folk. Listening to the tales of adventures, even dreaming about them, was one thing, but having them take place around you would be something else again. "Old stories, those," Tom Marilyn said, and abruptly he was juggling 3 colored balls with each hand. "Stories from age before the Age of Legends, some say, perhaps even older. But I have all stories, mind you, of ages that were and will be. Ages where men ruled the heavens and stars. Ages when men roamed as brother to the animals. Ages of wonder, ages of horror. Ages ended by fire raining from the skies, and ages doomed by snow and ice covering the land and sea. I have all stories, and I will tell all stories. Tales of Mosk, the giant, with his lance of fire that could reach around the world, and his wars with Elsbeth, the queen of all, tales of Matris, the healer, mother of the wondrous end. The balls now danced between Tom's hands in two intertwining circles. His voice was almost a chant, and he turned slowly as he spoke, as if surveying the onlookers to gauge his effect. I will tell you of the age of legends, of the dragon, and his attempt to free the Dark One into the world of men. I will tell you of the time of madness, when Aes Sedai shattered the world, of the Trolloc Wars, when men battled Trollocs for rule of the earth, of the War of 100 Years, when men battled men, and the nations of our day were wrought. I will tell the adventures of men and women, rich and poor, great and small, proud and humble. The siege of the pillars of the sky, how Goodwife Carol cured her husband of snoring, King Dareth and the fall of the house of... Abruptly, the flow of words and juggling alike stopped. Tom simply snatched the balls from the air and stopped talking. Unnoticed by Rand, Moiraine had joined the listeners. Lan was at her shoulder, though he had to look twice to see the man. For a moment, Tom looked at Moiraine sideways, his face and body still, except for making the balls disappear into his capacious coat sleeves. Then he bowed to her, holding his cloak wide.
Tam softly placed the stew-filled bowls on the table. Slowly, he moved away from the table. Both of his hands rested on his sword hilt. I don't think, he began, and the door burst open, pieces of the iron lock spinning across the floor. A figure filled the doorway, bigger than any man Rand had ever seen. A figure in black mail that hung to his knees with spikes at wrists and elbows and shoulders. One hand clutched a heavy scythe-like sword, the other hand was flung up before his eyes as if to shield them from the light. Rand felt the beginnings of an odd sort of relief. Whoever this was, it was not the black-cloaked rider. Then he saw the curled ram's horns on the head that brushed the top of the doorway, and where mouth and nose should have been was a hairy muzzle. He took in all of it in the space of one deep breath, and he let out in a terrified yell as, without thinking, he hurled the hot kettle at the half-human head. The creature roared, part scream of pain, part animal snarl, as boiling water splashed on his face. Even as the kettle struck, Tam's sword flashed. The roar abruptly became a gurgle, and the huge shape toppled back. Before it finished falling, another was trying to claw its way past. Rand glimpsed a misshapen head topped by spike-like horns before Tam struck again. Two huge bodies blocked the door. He realized his father was shouting at him. "Run, lad! Hide in the woods!" The bodies in the doorway jerked as others outside tried to pull them clear. Tam thrust a shoulder under the massive table. With a grunt, he heaved it over atop the tangle. "There are too many to hold! Out the back! Go! Go! I'll follow!" Even as Rand turned away, shame filled him that he obeyed so quickly. He wanted to stay and help his father, though he could not imagine how, but fear had him by the throat, and his legs moved on their own. He dashed from the room toward the back of the house as fast as he had ever run in his life. Crashes and shouts from the front door pursued him. He had his hands on the bar across the back door when his eye fell on the iron lock that was never locked, except that Tam had done just that tonight. Letting the bar stay where it was, he darted to a side window, flung up the sash and threw back the shutters. Night had replaced twilight completely. The full moon and drifting clouds made dapple shadows chase one another across the farmyard. Shadows, he told himself, only shadows. The back door creaked as someone outside or something tried to push it open. His mouth went dry. A crash shook the door in his frame and lent him speed. He slipped through the window like hair going to ground and cowered against the side of the house. Inside the room, wood splintered like thunder. He forced himself up to a crouch, made himself peer inside, just with one eye, just at the corner of the window. In the dark, he could not make out much, but more than he really wanted to see. The door hung askew, and shadowed shapes moved cautiously into the room, talking in low, guttural voices. Rand understood none of what was said. The language sounded harsh, unsuited to a human tongue. Axes and spears spiked things, dully reflected stray glimmers of moonlight. Boots scraped on the floor, and there was a rhythmic click as of hooves as well. He tried to work moisture back into his mouth. Drawing a deep, ragged breath, he shouted as loudly as he could, "They're coming in the back!" The words came out in a croak, but at least they came out. He had not been sure they would. "I'm outside! Run, father!" With the last word, he was sprinting away from the farmhouse. Hoarse voice shouts in a strange tongue raged from the back room. Glass shattered loud and sharp, and something thudded heavily to the ground behind him. He guessed one of them had broken through the window rather than try to squeeze through the opening, but he did not look back to see if he was right. Like a fox running from hounds, he darted into the nearest mooncast shadows as if headed for the woods, then dropped to his belly and slithered back to the barn and its larger, deeper shadows. Something fell across his shoulders, and he thrashed about, not sure if he was trying to fight or escape, until he realized he was grappling with the new hoe handle Tam had been shaping. Idiot! For a moment he lay there, trying to stop panting. Copland, fool, idiot! Last he crawled on along the back of the barn, dragging the hoe handle with him. It was not much, but it was better than nothing. Cautiously he looked around the corner at the farmyard and the house. Of the creature that had jumped out after him there was no sign. It could be anywhere. Hunting him, surely. Even creeping up on him at that very moment. Frightened bleats filled the sheep pen to his left. The flock mulled as if trying to find an escape. Shadowed shapes flickered in the lighted front windows of the house, and the clash of steel on steel rang through the darkness. Suddenly, one of the windows burst outward in a shower of glass and wood as Tam leapt through it, sword still in hand. He landed on his feet, but instead of running away from the house, he dashed toward the back of it, ignoring the monstrous things scrambling after him, through the broken window and the doorway. Rand stared in disbelief. Why was he not trying to get away? Then he understood. Tam had last heard his voice from the rear of the house. "Father!" he shouted. "I'm over here!" In mid-stride, Tam whirled, not running toward Rand, but at an angle away from him. "Run, lad!" he shouted, gesturing with the sword as if to someone ahead of him. "Hide!" A dozen huge forms streamed after him, harsh shouts and shrill howls shivering the air. Rand pulled back into the shadows behind the barn. There he could not be seen from the house, in case any of the creatures were still inside. He was safe, for the moment at least. Not Tam. Tam, who was trying to lead those things away from him. His hands tightened on the hoe handle, and he had to clench his teeth to stop a sudden laugh. A hoe handle. Facing one of those creatures with a hoe handle would not be much like playing at quarterstaffs with Perrin. But he could not let Tam face what he was chasing him alone. "If I move like I was stalking a rabbit," he whispered to himself, "they'll never hear me or see me." The eerie cries echoed in the darkness, and he tried to swallow. More like a pack of starving wolves. Soundlessly, he slipped away from the barn toward the forest, gripping the hoe handle so hard that his hands hurt. At first, when the trees surrounded him, he took comfort from them. They helped hide him from whatever the creatures were that had attacked the farm. As he crept through the woods, though, moon shadows shifted, and it began to seem as if darkness of the forest changed and moved too. Trees loomed malevolently, branches writhed towards him. But were they just trees and branches? He could almost hear the growling chuckles stifled in their mouths while they waited for him. The howls of Tam's pursuers no longer filled the night, but in the silence that replaced them, he flinched every time the wind scraped one limb against another. Lower and lower he crouched, and moved more and more slowly. He hardly dared to breathe for fear he might be heard. Suddenly, a hand closed over his mouth from behind, and an iron grip seized his wrist. Frantically, he clawed over his shoulder with his free hand for some hold on the attacker. "Don't break my neck, lad," came Tam's voice. Relief flooded him, turning his muscles to water. When his father released him, he fell to his hands and knees, gasping as if he had to run for miles. Tam dropped down beside him, leaning on one elbow. "I wouldn't have tried that if I had thought how much you've grown in the last few years," Tam said softly. His eyes shifted constantly as he spoke, keeping a sharp watch on the darkness. "But I had to make sure you didn't speak out. Some Trollocs can hear like a dog, maybe better. But Trollocs are just... Rand let the words trail off. Not just a story, not after tonight. Those things could be Trollocs or the Dark One himself for all he knew. Are you sure? He whispered. I mean, Trollocs? I'm sure. Though what brought them to the Two Rivers, I never saw one before tonight, but I've talked with men who have, and I know a little. Maybe enough to keep us alive. Listen closely. Trolloc can see better than a man in the dark, but bright lights blind them, for a time at least. That may be the only reason we got away from so many. Some can track by scent, sound, but they're said to be lazy. We can keep out of their hands long enough, they should give up. That made Rand feel only a little better. In the stories, they hate men and serve the Dark One. If anything belongs in the shepherd of the night's flocks, it's the Trollocs. They kill for pleasure of killing, so I've been told. But that's the end of my knowledge, except that they cannot be trusted unless they're afraid of you, and then not far. Rand shivered. He did not think he would want to meet anyone a Trolloc was afraid of. Do you think they're still hunting for us? Maybe, maybe not. They don't seem very smart. Once we got into the forest, I sent the ones after me off towards the mountains without much trouble. Tam fumbled at his right side and then put his hand close to his face. Best act as if they are, though. You're hurt. Keep your voice down. It's just a scratch. There's nothing to be done about it now anyway. At least the weather seems to be warming. He lay back with a heavy sigh. Perhaps it won't be too bad spending the night out. At the back of his mind, Rand had just been thinking fond thoughts of his coat and cloak. The trees cut the worst of the wind, but what gusted through still sliced like a frozen knife. Hesitantly, he touched Tam's face and winced. You're on fire. I have to get you to Nynaeve. In a bit, lad. We don't have any time to waste. It's a long way in the dark. He scrambled to his feet and tried to pull his father up. A groan barely stifled by Tam's clenched teeth made Rand hastily ease him back down. Let me rest a while, boy. I'm tired. Rand pounded his fist on his thigh. Snug in the farmhouse, with the fire and blankets, plenty of water and willow bark, he might have been willing to wait for daybreak before hitching Bella and taking Tam into the village. Here was no fire, no blankets, no cart, and no Bella, but those things were still back at the house. If he could not carry Tam to them, perhaps he could bring some of them at least to Tam. If the Trollocs were gone, they had to go sooner or later. He looked at the hoe handle and then dropped it. Instead, he drew Tam's sword. The blade gleamed dully in the pale moonlight. The long hilt felt odd in his hand. The weight and heft was strange. He slashed at the air a few times before stopping with a sigh. Slashing at air was easy. If he had to do it against a Trolloc, he was surely just as likely to run instead, or freeze stiff so he could not move at all, and the Trolloc swung one of those odd swords and... Stop it! It's not helping anything. As he started to rise, Tam caught his arm. Where are you going? We need the cart, he said gently, and blankets. He was shocked at how easily he pulled his father's hand from his sleeve. Rest, and I'll be back. Careful, Tam breathed. He could not see Tam's face in the moonlight, but he could feel his eyes on him. I will be. As careful as a mouse exploring a hawk's nest, he thought.
They came over the dragon wall like a flood, Tam said suddenly in a strong, angry voice, and washed the land with blood. How many died for layman's sin? Rand almost fell from surprise. Wearily, he lowered the litter to the ground and untangled himself. The strip of blanket left a burning groove in his shoulders. Shrugging to work the knots out, he knelt beside Tam. Fumbling for the water bag, he peered through the trees, trying vainly in the dim moonlight to see up and down the road, not 20 paces away. Nothing moved there but shadows. Nothing but shadows. There isn't any flood of Trollocs, father. Not now, anyway. We'll be safe in Eamon's Field soon. Drink a little water. Tam brushed aside the water bag with an arm that seemed to have regained all of its strength. He seized Rand's collar, pulling him close enough to feel the heat of his father's fever in his own cheek. They called them savages, Tam said urgently. The fools said they could be swept aside like rubbish. How many battles lost, how many cities burned before they faced the truth, before the nation stood together against them. He loosed his hold on Rand, and sadness filled his voice. The field of Marath carpeted with the dead, and no sound but the cries of ravens, the buzzings of flies, the topless towers of Karen burning in the night like torches, all the way to the shining walls they burned and slew before they turned back, all the way to... Rand clamped a hand over his father's mouth. The sound came again, a rhythmic thudding, directionless in the trees, fading, then growing stronger again as the wind shifted. Frowning, he turned his head slowly, trying to decide where it came. A flicker of motion caught the corner of his eye, and in an instant he was crouched over Tam. He was startled to feel the hilt of the sword clutched tight in his hand, but most of him concentrated on the quarry road, as if the road were the only real thing in the entire world. Wavering shadows to the east slowly resolved themselves into a horse and rider, followed up the road by tall, bulky shapes, trotting to keep up with the animal. The pale light of the moon glittered from spearheads and axe blades. Rand never even considered that they might be villagers coming to help. He knew what they were. He could feel it, like grit scraping his bones, even before they drew close enough for moonlight to reveal the hooded cloak swathing the horseman, a cloak that hung undisturbed by the wind. All of the shapes appeared black in the night, and the horse's hooves made the same sound that any others would, but Rand knew this horse from any other. Behind the dark rider came nightmare forms with horns and muzzles and beaks, trollocs in a double file, all in steps, boots and hooves striking the ground at the same instant as if obeying a single mind. Rand counted 20 as they ran past. He wondered what kind of man would dare turn his back on so many trollocs. Or on one, for that matter. The trotting column disappeared westward, thumping footfalls fading into the darkness, but Rand remained where he was, not moving a muscle except to breathe. Something told him to be certain, absolutely certain, that they were gone before he moved. At long last he drew a deep breath and began to straighten. This time the horse made no sound at all. In eerie silence the dark rider returned, his shadowy mount stopping every few steps as it walked slowly back down the road. The wind gusted higher, moaning through the trees. The horseman's cloak lay still as death. Whenever the horse halted, that hooded head swung from side to side as the rider peered into the forest, searching. Exactly opposite Rand, the horse stopped again, the shadowed opening of the hood turning toward where he crouched above his father. Rand's hand tightened convulsively on the sword hilt. He felt the gaze just as he had that morning, and shivered again from the hatred even if he could not see it. That shrouded man hated everyone and everything that lived. Despite the cold wind, sweat beaded on Rand's face. Then the horse was moving on, a few soundless steps and stop, until all Rand could see was a barely distinguishable blur in the night far down the road. It could have been anything, but he had not taken his eyes off it for a second. If he lost it, he was afraid the next time he saw the black-cloaked rider might be when the silent horse was on top of him. Abruptly, the shadow was rushing back, passing him in a silent gallop. The rider looked only ahead of him as he sped westward into the night, toward the mountains of mist, toward the farm. Rand sagged, gulping air and scrubbing his cold sweat off his face with his sleeve. He did not care any more about why the Trollocs had come. If he never found out why, that would be fine, just as long as it was all ended. With a shake, he gathered himself, hastily checking his father. Tam was still murmuring, but so softly Rand could not make out the words. He tried to give him a drink, but the water spilled over his father's chin. Tam coughed and choked on the trickle that made it into his mouth, then began muttering again as if there had not been any interruption. Rand splashed a little more water on the cloth on Tam's forehead, pushed the water bag back on the litter, and scrambled between the shafts again. He started out as if he had had a good night's sleep, but the new strength did not last long. Fear masked his tiredness in the beginning. But though the fear remained, the mask melted away quickly. Soon he was back to stumbling forward, trying to ignore hunger and aching muscles. He concentrated on putting one foot in front of the other without tripping. In his mind, he pictured Eamon's Field, shutters thrown back and the houses lit for winter night, people shouting greetings as they passed back and forth on their visits, fizzles fiddling the streets with James Folly and Heron on the Wing. Howell Luhan would have one too many brandies and start singing The Wind in the Barley in a voice like a bullfrog. He always did until his wife managed to shush him. And Sempui would decide to prove that he could still dance as well as ever, and Matt would have something planned that would not quite happen the way he intended, and everybody would know he was responsible even if no one could prove it. He could almost smile thinking about how it would be. After a time, Tam spoke up again. Avenda Sora. It said it makes no seed, but they brought a cutting to Carrion, a sapling, a royal gift of wonder for the king. Though he sounded angry, he was barely loud enough for Rand to understand. Anyone who could hear him would be able to hear the litter scraping across the ground too. Rand kept on, only half listening. They never make peace, never. But they brought a sapling as a sign of peace. 500 years it grew, 500 years of peace with those who make no peace with strangers. Why did he cut it down? Why? Blood was the price for Fal Dara. Blood, the price for Layman's pride. He faded off into muttering once more. Tiredly, Rand wondered what fever dream Tam could be having now. Avendasora, the tree of life, was supposed to have all sorts of miraculous qualities, but none of the stories mentioned any sapling, or any they. There was only the one, and that belonged to the Green Man. Only that morning he might have felt foolish musing over the Green Man and the Tree of Life. They were only stories. Are they? Trollocs were just stories this morning. Maybe all the stories were as real as the news the peddlers and merchants bought. All the gleeman's tales and all the stories told at night in front of the fireplace. Next, he might actually meet the Green Man, or an Ogier giant, or a wild, black-veiled Aielman. Tam was talking again, he realised. Sometimes only murmuring, sometimes loud enough to understand. From time to time he stopped to pant for breath, then went on as if he thought he had been speaking the whole time. Battles are always hot, even in the snow. Sweat heat, blood heat, only death is cool. Sloping the mountain. Only place it didn't stink of death. Had to get away from the smell of it, sight of it. Heard a baby cry. The women fight along the men. Sometimes. But why'd they let her come? I don't. Gave birth there alone. Before she died of her wounds. Covered the child with her cloak. But the wind blown the cloak away. The child flew of the cold. Should have been dead too. Crying there. Crying in the snow. I couldn't just leave a child. Your children of our own. Always knew you wanted children. I knew you'd take them into your heart, Harry. I slept. Rand is a good name. A good name. Suddenly, Rand's legs lost the little strength they had. Stumbling, he fell to his knees. Tam moaned with the jolt and the strip of blanket cut into Rand's shoulders. He was not aware of either. If a Trolloc had leapt up in front of him right then, he would have just stared at it. He looked over his shoulders at Tam, who had sunk back into wordless murmurs. Fever dreams, he thought dully. Fevers always brought bad dreams, and this was a night for nightmares even without a fever. You are my father, he said aloud, stretching back a hand to touch Tam. And I am... The fever was worse, much worse. Grimly he struggled to his feet. Tam murmured something, but Rand refused to listen anymore. Throwing his weight against the improvised harness, he tried to put all of his mind into taking one leaden step after another, into reaching the safety of Eamon's Field. But he could not stop the echo in the back of his mind. He's my father. It was just a fever dream. He's my father. It was just a fever dream. Wait. Who am I?
The warder muttered at him to take a care, but he did open the door a trifle wider to make room for Rand to look, too. At first he was not sure exactly what he was seeing. A crowd of village men, some 36 or so, clustered near the burnout husk of the peddler's wagon. Night pushed back the torches some of them carried. Moiraine faced them, her back to the inn, leaning with seeming casualness on her walking staff. Hari Copland stood in the front of the crowd with his brother Darl and Billy Conger. Sen Bui was there as well, looking uncomfortable. Rand was startled to see Hari shake his fist at Moiraine. "Leave Emmons Field," the sour-faced farmer shouted. A few voices in the crowd echoed him, but hesitantly, and no one pushed forward. They might be willing to confront an Aes Sedai from within a crowd, but none of them wanted to be singled out, not by an Aes Sedai who had every reason to take offense. "You brought those monsters?" Darl roared. He waved a torch over his head, and there were shouts of, "You brought 'em!" and "It's your fault!" led by his cousin Billy. Hari elbowed Sen Bui, and the old thatcher pursed his lips and gave him a sidelong glare. Those Trollocs didn't appear until after you came," Sen muttered, barely loud enough to be heard. He swung his head from side to side, dourly, as if wishing he were somewhere else, and looking for a way to get there. "You're an Aes Sedai. We want none of your sort in the Two Rivers. Aes Sedai bring trouble on their backs. If you stay, you'll only bring more." His speech brought no response from gathered villagers, and Hari scowled in frustration. Abruptly, he snatched Darl's torch and shook it in her direction. "Get out!" he shouted, "or we'll burn you out!" Dead silence fell, except for the shuffling of a few feet as men drew back. Two Rivers folk could fight back if they were attacked, but violence was far from common, and threatening people was foreign to them, beyond the occasional shaking of a fist. Sen Bui, Billy Conger, and the Coplands were left out front, alone. Billy looked as if he wanted to back away, too. Hari gave an uneasy start at the lack of support, but he recovered quickly. "Get out!" he shouted again, echoed by Darl and, more weakly, by Billy. Hari glared at the others. Most of the crowd failed to meet his eye. Suddenly, Bran Al'Vir and Harl Luhan moved out of the shadows, stopping apart from both the Aes Sedai and the crowd. In one hand, the mayor casually carried the big wooden maul he used to drive spigots into casks. "Did someone suggest burning my inn?" he asked softly. The two Coplands took a step back, and Sen Bui edged away from them. Billy Conger dived into the crowd. "Not that," Darl said quickly. "We never said that, Bran, Mayor." Bran nodded. "Then perhaps I heard you threatening to harm guests in my inn?" "She's an Aes Sedai," Hari began angrily, but his words cut off as Harl Luhan moved. The blacksmith simply stretched, thrusting thick arms over his head, tightening massive fists until his knuckles cracked. But Hari looked at the burly man as if one of those fists had been shaken under his nose. Harl folded his arms across his chest. "Your pardon, Hari. I did not mean to cut you off, you were saying?" But Hari, shoulders hunched, as though he were trying to draw into himself and disappear, seemed to have nothing more to say. "I'm surprised at you people," Bran rumbled. "Pate Alcar, your boy's leg was broken last night, but I saw him walking on it today, because of her. Edward Candwin, you were lying on your belly with a gash down your back like a fish for cleaning, till she laid hands on you. Now it looks as if it happened a month ago, and unless I missed out, there'll barely be a scar. And you, Sen," the thatcher started to fade back into the crowd, but stopped, held uncomfortably by Bran's gaze. "I'd be shocked to see any man on the village council here, Sen, but you most of all. Your arm would still be hanging useless at your side, a mass of burns and bruises, if not for her. If you have no gratitude, have you no shame?" Sen half lifted his right hand, then looked away from it angrily. "I cannot deny what she did," he muttered, and he did sound ashamed. "She helped me and others," he went on in a pleading tone. "But she's an Aes Sedai, Bran. If those Trollocs didn't come because of her, why did they come? We want no part of Aes Sedai in the Two Rivers. Let 'em keep their troubles away from us." A few men safely back in the crowd shouted then, "We want no Aes Sedai troubles! Send her away! Drive her out! Why did they come if not because of her?" A scowl grew on Bran's face, but before he could speak, Moiraine suddenly whirled her vine-carved staff above her head, spinning it with both hands. Bran's gasp echoed that of the villagers, for a hissing white flame flared from each end of the staff, standing straight out like spear points despite the rod's whirling. Even Bran and Harl edged away from her. She snapped her arms down straight out before her, the staff parallel to the ground, but the pale fire still jetted out, brighter than the torches. Men shied away, held up hands to shield their eyes from the pain of that brilliance.
Is this what Aemon's blood has come to? The Aes Sedai's voice was not loud, but it overwhelmed every other sound. Little people squabbling for the right to hide like rabbits? You have forgotten who you were, forgotten what you were. But I had hoped some small part was left, some memory in blood and bone, some shred to steel you for the long night coming.
No one spoke. The two Coplans looked as if they never wanted to open their mouths again. Bran said, "Forgotten who we were? We are who we always have been, honest farmers and shepherds and craftsmen, Two Rivers folk."
To the south, Moiraine said, lies the river you call the White River, but far to the east of here men call it still by its rightful name, Menetherendrel. In the old tongue, waters of the mountain home, sparkling waters that once coursed through a land of bravery and beauty. 2,000 years ago, Menetherendrel flowed by the walls of a mountain city so lovely to behold that Ogier stonemasons came to stare in wonder. Farms and villages covered this region, and that you call the Forest of Shadows as well and beyond. But all of those folk thought of themselves as the people of the mountain home, the people of Manetheren. Their king was Aemon Alcar Althorin, Aemon, son of Car, son of Thorin, and Eldrine, Aelin, Acarlin, was his queen. Aemon, a man so fearless that the greatest compliment for courage any could give, even among his enemies, was to say a man had Aemon's heart. Eldrine, so beautiful that it was said the flowers bloomed to make her smile. Bravery and beauty and wisdom and a love that death could not sunder. Weep if you have a heart for the loss of them, for the loss of even their memory. Weep for the loss of their blood.
She fell silent then, but no one spoke. Rand was as bound as the others in the spell she had created. When she spoke again, he drank it in, and so did the rest.
For nearly 2 centuries, the Trolloc Wars had ravaged the length and breadth of the world, and wherever battles raged, the Red Eagle banner of Manetheren was in the forefront. The men of Manetheren were a thorn in the Dark One's foot and a bramble to his hand. Sing of Manetheren that would never bend knee to the shadow. Sing of Manetheren, the sword that could not be broken. They were far away, the men of Manetheren, on the field of Bekar, called the Field of Blood, when news came that the Trolloc army was moving against their home. Too far to do else but wait to hear of the land's death, for the forces of the Dark One meant to make an end of them, kill the mighty oak by hacking away its roots. Too far to do else but mourn. But they were the men of the mountain home. Without hesitation, without thought for the distance they must travel, they marched from the very field of victory, still covered in dust and sweat and blood. Day and night they marched, for they had seen the horror a Trolloc army left behind it, and no man of them could sleep while such a danger threatened Manetheren. They moved as if their feet had wings, marching further and faster than friends hoped or enemies feared they could. At any other day, that march alone would have inspired songs. When the Dark One's army swooped down upon the lands of Manetheren, the men of the mountain home stood before it, with their backs to the Tarandrel.
Some villager raised a small cheer then, but Moiraine kept on as if she had not heard.
The host that faced the men of Manetheren was enough to daunt the bravest heart. Ravens blackened the sky, Trollocs blackened the land, Trollocs and their human allies, Trollocs and dark friends in tens of thousands, and dreadlords to command. At night, their cook fires outnumbered the stars, and dawn revealed the banner of Baal-Zimon at their head. Baal-Zimon, heart of the dark, an ancient name for the father of lies. The Dark One could not have been free of his prison at Shale Ghul, for if he had been, not all the forces of humankind together could have stood against him. But there was power there. Dreadlords, and some evil that made light-destroying banners seem no more than night, and sent a chill into the souls of the men who faced it. Yet they knew what they must do. Their homeland lay just across the river. They must keep that host and the power with it from the mountain home. Aemon had sent out messengers. Aid was promised if they could hold out for but 3 days at the Tarandrel. Hold for 3 days against odds that should have overwhelmed them in the first hour. Yet somehow, through bloody assault and desperate defence, they held through an hour, and the second hour, and the third. For 3 days they fought, and though the land had become a butcher's yard, no crossing of the Tarandrel did they yield. By the third night, no help had come, and no messengers, and they fought on alone. For 6 days, for 9, and on the 10th day Aemon knew the bitter taste of betrayal. No help was coming, and they could hold the river crossings no more.
What did they do? Ari demanded. Torch fires flickered in the chill night breeze, but no one made a move to draw a cloak tighter.
Aemon crossed the Tarandrel, Moiraine told them, destroying the bridges behind him, and he sent word throughout his land for the people to flee, for he knew the powers with the Trolloc horde would find a way to bring it across the river. Even as the word went out, the Trolloc crossing began, and the soldiers of Manetheren took up the fight again to buy with their lives what hours they could for their people to escape. From the city of Manetheren, Eldrine organised the flight of her people into the deepest forests and the fastest of the mountains, but some did not flee. First in a trickle, then a river, then a flood, men went not to safety, but to join the army fighting for their land. Shepherds with bows and farmers with pitchforks and woodsmen with axes. Women went too, shouldering what weapons they could find and marching side by side with their men. No one made that journey who did not know they would never return. But it was their land. It had been their father's, and it would be their children's, and they went to pay the price of it. Not a step of ground was given up until it was soaked in blood. But at the last, the army of Manetheren was driven back. Back to here. To this place you now call Aemon's Field, and here the Trolloc horde surrounded them. Her voice held the sound of cold tears. Trolloc dead, and the corpses of human renegades piled up in mounds, but always more scrambled over those charnel heaps in waves of death that had no end. There could be but one finish. No man or woman who had stood beneath the banner of the Red Eagle at that day's dawning still lived when night fell. The sword that could not be broken was shattered. In the mountains of mist, alone in the emptied city of Manetheren, Eldrine felt Aemon die, and her heart died with him. And where her heart had been was left only a thirst for vengeance. Vengeance for her love, vengeance for her people and her land. Driven by grief, she reached out to the true source and hurled the one power at the Trolloc army. There, the Dreadlords died wherever they stood, whether in their secret councils or exhorting their soldiers. In the passing of a breath, the Dreadlords and the generals of the Dark One's host burst into flame. Fire consumed their bodies, and terror consumed their just victorious army. Now they ran like beasts before a wildfire in the forest, with no thought for anything but escape. North and south they fled, thousands drowned attempting to cross the Tarandrel without the aid of the Dreadlords, and at the Manetheren they tore down the bridges in their fright at what might be following them. Where they found people, they slew and burned, but to flee was the need that gripped them. Until, at last, no one of them remained in the lands of Manetheren. They were dispersed like dust before the whirlwind. The final vengeance came more slowly, but it came. when they were hunted down by other peoples, by other armies in other lands, none was left alive of those who did murder at Eamon's Field. But the price was high for Manetheren. Eldrine had drawn to herself more of the One Power than any human could ever hope to wield unaided. As the enemy's generals died, so did she die. And the fires that consumed her consumed the empty city of Manetheren, even the stones of it down to the living rock of the mountains. Yet the people had been saved. Nothing was left of their farms, their villages, or their great city. Some would say there was nothing left for them, nothing but to flee to other lands where they could begin anew. They did not say so. They had paid such a price in blood and hope for their land as had never been paid before, and now they were bound to that soil by ties stronger than steel. Other wars would rack them in years to come, until at last their corner of the world was forgotten, and at last they had forgotten wars and the ways of war. Never again did Manetheren rise. Its soaring spires and splashing fountains became as a dream that slowly faded from the minds of its people. But they and their children and their children's children held the land that was theirs. They held it when the long centuries had washed the wire of it from their memories. They held it until today there is you. Weep for Manetheren. Weep for what is lost forever.
The fires on Moiraine's staff winked out, and she lowered it to her side as if it weighed 100 pounds. For a long moment, the moan of the wind was the only sound. Then Peital Kar shouldered past the Coplins. I don't know about your story, the long-jawed farmer said. I'm no thorn in the Dark One's foot, nor ever likely to be neither. But my will is walking because of you, and for that I am ashamed to be here. I don't know if you can forgive me, but whether you will or no, I'll be going. And for me, you can stay in Emmons Field as long as you like. With a quick duck of his head, almost a bow, he pushed back through the crowd. Others began to mutter then, offering shamefaced penitence before they too slipped away one by one. The Coplins, sour-mouthed and scowling once more, looked at the faces around them and vanished into the night without a word. Billy Conger had disappeared even before his cousins. Lan pulled Rand back and shut the door. Let's go, boy. The warder started for the back of the inn. Come along, both of you, quickly. Rand hesitated, exchanging a wondering glance with Matt. While Moiraine had been telling the story, Master Alvir's Durans could not have dragged him away, but now something else held his feet. This was the real beginning, leaving the inn and following the warder into the night. He shook himself and tried to firm his resolve. He had no choice but to go, but he would come back to Emmons Field, however far or long this journey was. What are you waiting for? Lan asked from the door that led out of the back of the common room. With a start, Matt hurried to him. Trying to convince himself that he was beginning a grand adventure, Rand followed them through the darkened kitchen and out into the stable yard.
The one power, Moiraine was saying, comes from the true source, the driving force of creation, the force the Creator made to turn the wheel of time. She put her hands together in front of her and pushed them against each other. Saidin, the male half of the true source, and Saidar, the female half, work against each other and at the same time together to provide that force. Saidin, she lifted one hand and then let it drop, is fouled by the touch of the Dark One, like water with a thin slick of rancid oil floating on top. The water is still pure, but it cannot be touched without touching the foulness. Only Saidar is still safe to be used. Egwene's back was to Rand. He could not see her face, but she was leaning forward eagerly. Matt hooked Rand from behind and muttered something, and he moved on into the tree cavern. Moiraine and Egwene ignored his entry. The other men crowded in behind him, tossing off damp cloaks, settling around the fire, and holding hands out to the warmth. Lan, the last to enter, pulled water bags and leather sacks from a nook in the wall, took out a kettle and began to prepare tea. He paid no attention to what the women were saying, but Rand's friends began to stop toasting their hands and stare openly. Tom pretended that all of his interest was engaged in loading his thickly carved pipe, but the way he leaned toward the women gave him away. Moiraine and Egwene acted as if they were alone. "No," Moiraine said, in answer to a question Rand had missed. "The true source cannot be used up, any more than the river can be used up by the wheel of a mill. The source is the river, the Aes Sedai, the water wheel." "And you really think I can learn?" Egwene asked. Her face shone with eagerness. Rand had never seen her look so beautiful, or so far away from him. "I can become an Aes Sedai?" Rand jumped up, cracking his head against the low roof of logs. Tom Marilyn grabbed his arm, yanking him back down. "Don't be a fool," the gleeman murmured. He eyed the women. Neither seemed to have noticed, and the look he gave Rand was sympathetic. "It is beyond you now, boy." "Child," Moiraine said gently, "only a very few can learn to touch the true source and use the one power. Some of those can learn to a greater degree, some to a lesser. You are one of the bare handful for whom there is no need to learn. At least touching the source will come to you whether you want it or not. Without the teaching you can receive in Tar Valon, though, you will never learn to channel it fully, and you may not survive. Men who have the ability to touch Saidin born in them die, of course, if the Red Ajak does not find them and gentle them." Tom growled deep in his throat, and Rand shifted uncomfortably. Men like those of whom the Aes Sedai spoke were rare. He had only heard of 3 in his whole life, and thank the light, never in the Two Rivers. But the damage they did before the Aes Sedai found them was always bad enough for the news to carry, like the news of wars or earthquakes that destroyed cities. He had never really understood what the Ajahs did. According to the stories, they were societies among the Aes Sedai that seemed to plot and squabble amongst themselves more than anything else. But the stories were clear on one point. The Red Ajah held its prime duty to be the prevention of another breaking of the world, and they did it by hunting down every man who ever dreamed of even wielding the one power. Matt and Perrin looked as if they suddenly wished they were back home in their beds. But some of the women die too. It is hard to learn without a guide. The women we do not find, those who live, often become, well, in this part of the world, they might become wisdoms of their villages. The Aes Sedai paused thoughtfully. The old blood is strong in Emmonsfield, and the old blood sings. I knew you for what you were the moment I saw you. No Aes Sedai can stand in the presence of a woman who can channel or who is close to her change and not feel it. She rummaged in the pouch at her belt and produced the small blue gem on a gold chain that she had earlier worn in her hair. You are very close to your chain, your first touching. It will be better if I guide you through it. That way you will avoid the unpleasant effects that come to those who must find their own way. Egwene's eyes widened as she looked at the stone, and she wet her lips repeatedly. Does that have the power? Of course not, Moiraine snapped. Things do not have the power, child. Even an Angreal is only a tool. This is just a pretty blue stone, but it can give off light. Here. Egwene's hands trembled as Moiraine laid the stone on her fingertips. She started to pull back, but the Aes Sedai held both her hands in one of hers and gently touched the other to the side of Egwene's head. Look at the stone, the Aes Sedai said softly. It is better this way than fumbling alone. Clear your mind of everything but the stone. Clear your mind and let yourself drift. There is only the stone and emptiness. I will begin it. Drift and let me guide you. No thoughts. Drift. Rand's fingers dug into his knees, his jaws clenched until they hurt. She has to fail. She has to. Light bloomed in the stone, just one flash of blue, and then gone, no brighter than a firefly. But he flinched as if it had been blinding. Egwene and Moiraine stared into the stone. Faces empty. Another flash came, and another, until the azure light pulsed like the beating of a heart. It's the Aes Sedai, he thought desperately. Moraine's doing it, not Egwene. One last feeble flicker, and the stone was merely a bauble again. Rand held his breath. For a moment, Egwene continued to stare at the small stone. Then she looked up at Moiraine. I thought I felt something, but perhaps you're mistaken about me. I'm sorry I wasted your time. I have wasted nothing, I. A small smile of satisfaction flitted across Moraine's lips. That last light was yours alone. It was? Egwene exclaimed, and then slid immediately back into glumness. But it was barely there at all. Now you are behaving like a foolish village girl. Most who come to Tarvalon must study for many months before they can do what you just did. You may go far. Perhaps even the Amerlin seat one day if you study hard and work hard. You mean? With a cry of delight, Egwene threw her arms around the Aes Sedai. Oh, thank you. Rand, did you hear? I'm going to be an Aes Sedai.
He had not noticed the man when he first came in. If he had not known it was impossible, he would have said no one had been there until he actually looked at the man. Dressed in dark clothes of a fine cut, he seemed in the prime of his maturity, and Rand supposed women would have found him good-looking. "Once more we meet face to face," the man said, and just for an instant his mouth and eyes became open to an endless caverns of flame. With a yell, Rand hurled himself backwards out of the room, so hard that he stumbled across the hall and banged into the door there, knocking it open. He twisted and grabbed at the door handle to keep from falling to the floor, and found himself staring wide-eyed into a stone room with an impossible sky through the arches leading to a balcony and a fireplace. "You cannot get away from me that easily," the man said. Rand twisted, scrambling back out of the room, trying to regain his feet without slowing down. This time there was no corridor. He froze half-crouched not far from the polished table and looked at the man by the fireplace. It was better than looking at the fireplace stones or at the sky. "This is a dream," he said as he straightened. Behind him he heard the click of a door closing. "It's some kind of nightmare." He shut his eyes, thinking about waking up. When he was a child, the wisdom had said if you could do that in a nightmare, it would go away. The wisdom? What? If only his thoughts would stop sliding away. If only his head would stop hurting, then he could think straight. He opened his eyes again. The room was still as it had been, the balcony, the sky, the man by the fireplace. "Is it a dream?" the man said. "Does it matter?" Once again, for a moment, his mouth and eyes became peepholes into a furnace that seemed to stretch forever. His voice did not change. He did not seem to notice it happening at all. Rand jumped a little this time, but he managed to keep from yelling. "This is a dream. It has to be." All the same, he stepped backwards all the way to the door, never taking his eyes off the feather by the fire, and tried the handle. It did not move. The door was locked. "You seem thirsty," the man by the fire said. "Drink." On the table was a goblet, shining gold and ornamented with rubies and amethysts. It had not been there before. He wished he could stop jumping. It was only a dream. His mouth felt like dust. "I am a little," he said, picking up the goblet. The man leaned forward intently, one hand on the back of the chair, watching him. The smell of spiced wine drove home to Rand just how thirsty he was, as if he had nothing to drink in days. "Have I?" With the wine halfway to his mouth, he stopped. Whispers of smoke were rising from the chair back between the man's fingers, and those eyes watched him so sharply, flickering rapidly in and out of flames. Rand licked his lips and put the wine back on the table untasted. I'm not as thirsty as I thought. The man straightened abruptly, his face without expression. His disappointment could not have been more plain if he had cursed. Rand wondered what was in the wine, but that was a stupid question, of course. This was all a dream. Then why won't it stop? What do you want? He demanded. Who are you? Flames rose in the man's eyes and mouth. Rand thought he could hear them roar. Some call me Balsamond. Rand found himself facing the door, jerking frantically at the handle. All thought of the dreams had vanished. The dark one. The door handle would not budge, but he kept twisting. Are you the one? Balsamond said suddenly. You cannot hide it from me forever. You cannot even hide yourself from me, not on the highest mountain or in the deepest cave. I know you down to the smallest hair. Rand turned to face the man, to face Balsamond. He swallowed hard, a nightmare. He reached back to give the door handle one last pull, then stood up straighter. Are you expecting glory? Balsamond said. Power? Did they tell you the eye of the world would serve you? What glory or power is there for a puppet? The strings that move you have been centuries weaving. Your father was chosen by the White Tower like a stallion roped and led to his business. Your mother was no more than a brood mare to their plans, and those plans lead to your death. Rand's hands knotted in fists. My father is a good man, and my mother was a good woman. Don't you talk about them? The flames laughed. So there is some spirit in you after all. Perhaps you are the one. Little good it will do you. The Amerlin seat will use you until you are consumed, just as Davian was used, and Urian Stonebow, and Guer Amalasan, and Rowlin Darksbane. Just as Loghain is being used. Used until there is nothing left of you. I don't know. Rand swung his head from side to side. That one moment of clear thinking, born in anger, was gone.
Did you hear?
Even as he groped for it again, he could not remember how he had reached it for the first time. His thoughts spun around and around. He seized one like a raft in the whirlpool. Forced out, his voice strengthening the further he went. You are bound in Shayol Ghul. You and all the Forsaken, bound by the Creator until the end of time. The end of time, Balsamond mocked. You live like a beetle under a rock, and you think your slime is the universe. The death of time will bring me powers such as you could not dream of, worm. You are bound. Fool! I have never been bound! The fires of his face roared so hot that Rand stepped back, sheltering behind his hands. The sweat on his palms dried from the heat. I stood at Luz Theron Kinslayer's shoulder when he did the deed that named him. It was I who told him to kill his wife and his children, and all his blood, and every living person who loved him or whom he loved. It was I who gave him the moment of sanity to know what he had done. Have you ever heard a man scream his soul away, worm? He could have struck at me then. He could not have won, but he could have tried. Instead, he called down his precious one power upon himself so that the earth split open and reared up Dragon Mount to mark his tomb. 1,000 years later, I sent Trollocs ravening south, and for 3 centuries they savaged the world. Those blind fools in Tavalon said I was beaten in the end. But the second covenant, the covenant of 10 nations, was shattered beyond remaking. And who was left to oppose me then? I whispered in Arta Hawkwing's ear, and the length and breadth of the land Aes Sedai died. I whispered again, and the High King sent his armies across the Aryth Ocean, across the World Sea, and sealed 2 dooms. The doom of his dream of one land and one people, and a doom yet to come. At his deathbed, I was there when his counselors told him only Aes Sedai could save his life. I spoke, and he ordered his counselors to the stake. I spoke, and the High King's last words were to cry that Tar Valon must be destroyed. When men such as these could not stand against me, what chance do you have? A toad crouching beside a forest puddle. You will serve me, or you would dance on Aes Sedai's strings until you die. And then you will be mine. The dead belong to me. No, Rand muttered. This is a dream. It is a dream. Do you think you are safe from me in your dreams? Look! Balsamon pointed commandingly, and Rand's head turned to follow, although he did not turn it. He did not want to turn. The goblet was gone from the table where it had been. Crouched a large rat, blinking at the light, sniffing in the air warily. Balsamon crooked his finger, and with a squeak the rat arched its back, forepaws lifting into the air while it balanced awkwardly on its hind feet. The finger curved more, and the rat toppled over, scrabbling frantically, pawing at nothing, squealing shrilly, its back bending. With a sharp snap like the breaking of a twig, the rat trembled violently and was still, lying bent almost double. Rand swallowed. Anything can happen in a dream, he mumbled. Without looking, he swung his fist back against the door again. His hand hurt, but he still did not wake up. They go to Aes Sedai. Go to the White Tower and tell them. Tell the Armerlin seed of this dream. The man laughed. Rand felt the heat of flames on his face. That is one way to escape him. They will not use you then. No, not when they know that I know. But will they let you live? To spread the tale of what they do. Are you big enough fool to believe they will? The ashes of many like you are scattered on the slopes of Dragon Mount. This is a dream, Rand said, panting. It's a dream, and I'm going to wake up. Will you? Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the man's finger moving to point at him. Will you indeed? The finger crooked, and Rand screamed as he arched backwards, every muscle in his body forcing him further. Will you ever wake again?
Broken paving stones crunched under the horses' hooves as Lan led the way into the city. The entire city was broken, but Rand could see of it, and as abandoned as Perrin had said. Not so much as a pigeon moved, and weeds, mainly old and dead, sprouted from cracks in walls as well as pavement. More buildings had roofs fallen in than had them whole. Tumbled walls spilled fans of brick and stone into the streets. Towers stopped abrupt and jagged, like broken sticks. Uneven rubble hills with a few stunted trees growing on their slopes could have been the remains of palaces or of entire blocks of the city. Yet, what was left standing was enough to take Rand's breath. The largest building in Barillon would have vanished in the shadow of almost anything here. Pale marble palaces topped with huge domes met him wherever he looked. Every building appeared to have at least one dome. Some had 4 or 5, and each one shaped differently. Long walks lined by columns ran hundreds of paces to towers that seemed to reach the sky. At every intersection stood a bronze fountain, or the alabaster spire of a monument, or a statue on a pedestal. If the fountains were dry, most of the spires toppled, and many of the statues broken, what remained was so great they could only marvel. And I thought Barillon was a city. Burn me, but must be laughing up his sleeve. Moiraine and Lan, too. He was so caught up in staring that he was taken by surprise when Lan suddenly stopped in front of a white stone building that had once been twice as big as the Stag and Lion in Barillon. There was nothing to say what it had been when the city lived and was great, perhaps even an inn. Only a hollow shell remained of the upper floors. The afternoon sky was visible through the empty window frames, glass and wood alike long since gone. But the ground floor seemed sound enough. Moiraine, hands still on pommel, studied the building intently before nodding. This will do. Lan leaped from his saddle and lifted the Aes Sedai down in his arms. Bring the horses inside, he commanded. Find a room in the back to use for a stable. Move, farm boys. This isn't the village green. He vanished inside, carrying the Aes Sedai. Nynaeve scrambled down and hurried after him, clutching her bag of herbs and ointments. Egwene was right behind her. They left their mounts standing. Bring the horses inside, Tom muttered wryly, and puffed out his mustache. He climbed down stiff and slow, knuckled his back, and gave a long sigh. Then took Aldib's reins. Well? He said, lifting an eyebrow at Rand and his friends. They hurried to dismount and gathered up the rest of the horses. The doorway, without anything to say where there had ever been a door in it, was more than big enough to get the animals through, even two abreast. Inside was a huge room, as wide as the building, with the dirty tile floor and a few ragged wall hangings faded to a dull brown, that looked as if they would fall apart at a touch. Nothing else. Lan had made a place in the nearest corner for Moiraine, with his cloak and hers. Nynaeve, muttering about the dust, knelt beside the Aes Sedai, digging her bag, which Egwene held open. I may not like her, it is true, Nynaeve was saying to the warder as Rand, leading Bella and Cloud, came in behind Tom. But I help anyone who needs my help, whether I like them or not. I made no accusation, Wisdom. I only said, have a care with your herbs. She gave him a look from the corner of her eye. The fact is, she needs my herbs, and so do you. Her voice was acerbic to start, and grew more tart as she spoke. The fact is, she can only do so much, even with her one power, and she has done about as much as she can without collapsing. The fact is, your sword cannot help her now, Lord of the Seven Towers, but my herbs can. Moiraine laid a hand on Lan's arm. Be at ease, Lan. She means no harm. She simply does not know. The warder snorted derisively. Nynaeve stopped digging in her bag and looked at him, frowning. But it was to Moiraine she spoke. There are many things I don't know. What thing is this? For one, Moiraine replied, all I truly need is a little rest. For another, I agree with you. Your skills and knowledge will be more useful than I thought. Now you have something that will help me sleep for an hour and not leave me groggy. A weak tea of foxtail, maricin, and Rand missed the last of it as he followed Thom into a room behind the first, a chamber just as big and even emptier. Here was only the dust, thick and undisturbed, until they came. Not even the tracks of birds or small animals marked the floor. Rand began to unsettle Bella and Cloud and Tom, Aldib and his gelding, and Perrin, his horse, and Mandar, all but Matt. He dropped his reins in the middle of the room. There were two doorways from the room beside the one by which they had entered. Allie, Matt announced, drawing his head back in from the first. They could all see that much from where they were. The second doorway was only a black rectangle in the rear wall. Matt went through slowly and came out much faster, vigorously brushing out old cobwebs out of his hair. "Nothing in there," he said, giving the alleyway another look. "You're going to take care of your horse," Perrin said. He had already finished his own and was lifting the saddles from Mandarb. Strangely, the fierce-eyed stallion gave him no trouble at all, though he did watch Perrin. "Nobody's going to do it for you." Matt gave the alley one last look, then went to his horse with a sigh. As Rand laid Bella's saddle on the floor, he noticed that Matt had taken on a glum stare. His eyes seemed 1,000 miles away, and he was moving by rote. "Are you all right, Matt?" Rand said. Matt lifted the saddle from his horse and stood holding it. "Matt? Matt!" Matt gave a start and almost dropped the saddle. "What? Oh, I was thinking." "Thinking?" Baron hooted, where he was replacing Mandarb's bridle and Hackamore. "You were asleep." Matt scowled. "I was thinking about what happened back there. And those words, Everybody turned to look at him, not just Rand, and he shifted uncomfortably. "Well, you heard what Moiraine said. It's as if some dead man was speaking with my mouth. I don't like it." His scowl grew deeper than when Perrin chuckled. "Aemon's war cry," she said, "right? Maybe your Aemon come back again. The way you go on about how dull Emond's Field is. I think you would like that, being a king in Hero Reborn." "Don't say that." Tom drew a deep breath. Everybody stared at him now. "That is dangerous talk. Stupid talk. The dead can be reborn or take a living body. And it is not something to speak of lightly." He took another breath to calm himself before going on. "The old blood," she said. "The old blood and not a dead man. I have heard that it can happen sometimes. Heard, though I never really thought. It was your roots, boy. A line running from you to your father, to your grandfather, right back to Manetheren, maybe beyond. Well, now you know your family is old. You ought to let it go at that, and be glad. Most people don't know much more than that they had a father." "Some of us can't even be sure of that," Rand thought bitterly. Maybe the wisdom was right. Light, I hope she was.
The walls vanished behind, swallowed by the night in the forest. Listening for the slightest sound, Rand kept the red star dead ahead. Suddenly, Tom galloped up from behind, slowing only long enough to shout, "Ride, you fools!" A moment later, hunting cries and crashes in the brush behind him announced the presence of Trollocs on his trail. Rand dug in his heels, and Cloud sprang after the gleeman's gelding. What happens when they get to the river without Moiraine? "Light! Egwene!" Perrin sat on his horse in the shadows, watching the open gateway, some little distance off yet, and absently ran his thumb along the blade of his axe. It seemed to be a very clear way out of the ruined city, but he had sat there for 5 minutes studying it. The wind tossed his shaggy curls and tried to carry his cloak away, but he pulled the cloak back around him without really noticing what he was doing. He knew that Matt, and almost everyone else in Emond's Field, considered him slow of thought. It was partly because he was big and usually moved carefully. He had always been afraid he might accidentally break something or hurt somebody, since he was so much bigger than the 3 boys he grew up with. But he really did prefer to think things all the way through if he could. Quick thinking, careless thinking, had put Matt into hot water one time after another, and Matt's quick thinking usually managed to get Rand, or him, or both, in the cookpot alongside Matt too. His throat tightened. "Light, don't think about being in a cookpot." He tried to order his thoughts again. Careful thought was the way. There had been some sort of square in front of the gate once, with a huge fountain in its middle. Part of the fountain was still there, a cluster of broken statues standing in a big round basin, and so was the open space around it. To reach the gate, he would have to ride nearly 100 spans, with only the night to shield him from searching eyes. That was not a pleasant thought either. He remembered those unseen watchers too well. He considered the horns he had heard in the city a little while earlier. He had almost turned back, thinking some of the others might have been taken, before realizing that he could not do anything alone if they had been captured. Not against, what did Lan say? 100 Trollocs and 4 Fades? Moiraine Sedai said, "Get to the river." He went back to consideration of the gate. Careful thought had not given him much, but he had made his decision. He rode out of the deeper shadows into the lesser darkness. As he did, another horse appeared from the far side of the square and stopped. He stopped too, and felt for his axe. It gave him no great sense of comfort. If that dark shape was a Fade, Rand? Came a soft, hesitant voice. He let out a long, relieved breath. "It's Perrin, Egwene," he called back, just as softly. It still sounded too loud in the darkness. The horses came together near the fountain. "Have you seen anybody else?" they both asked at the same time, and both answered by shaking their heads. "They'll be all right," Egwene muttered, patting Bella's neck. "Won't they?" "Moiraine Sedai and Lan will look after them," Perrin replied. "They will look after all of us once we get to the river." He hoped it was so. He felt a great relief once they were beyond the gates, even if there were Trollocs in the forest or Fades. He stopped that line of thought. The bare branches were not enough to keep him from guiding on the Red Star, and they were beyond Mordeth's reach now. That one had frightened him worse than the Trollocs ever had. Soon they would reach the river and meet Moiraine, and she would put them beyond the Trollocs' reach as well. He believed it because he needed to believe it. The wind scraped branches together and rustled the leaves and needles on the evergreens. A night's hawk lonely cry drifted in the dark, and he and Egwene moved their horses closer together as though they were huddling for warmth. They were very much alone. A Trolloc horn sounded somewhere behind them, quick, wailing blast, urging the hunters to hurry, hurry. The thick, half-human howls rose on their trail, spurned by the horns. Howls that grew sharper as they caught the human scent. Perrin put his horse to a gallop, shouting, "Come on!" Egwene came, both of them booting their horses, heedless of the noise, heedless of the branches slapping at them. As they raced through the trees, guided as much by instinct as by the dim moonlight, Bella fell behind. Perrin looked back. Egwene kicked the mare and flailed at her with the reins, but it was doing no good. By the sounds, the Trollocs were coming closer. He drew in enough not to leave her behind. "Hurry!" he shouted. He could make out the Trollocs now, huge, dark shapes bounding through the trees, bellowing and snarling to chill the blood. He gripped the haft of his axe, hanging at his belt, until his knuckles hurt. "Hurry! Egwene! Hurry!" Suddenly, his horse screamed, and he was falling, tumbling out of the saddle as the horse dropped away beneath him. He flung out his hands to brace himself and splashed headfirst into icy water. He had ridden right off the edge of a sheer bluff into the Arenal. The shock of freezing water ripped a gasp from him, and he swallowed more than a little before he managed to fight his way to the surface. He felt more than heard another splash, and thought that Egwene must have come right after him. Panting and blowing, he treaded water. It was not easy to keep afloat. His coat and cloak were already sodden, and his boots had filled. He looked around for Egwene, but only saw the glint of moonlight on the black water, ruffled by wind. "Egwene! Egwene!" A spear flashed right in front of his eyes and threw water in his face. Other splashes into the river around him, too. Guttural voices raised an argument on the riverbanks, and the Trolloc spear stopped coming, but he gave up on calling for the time being. The current washed him downriver, but the thick shouts and snarls followed along the bank, keeping pace. Undoing his cloak, he let the river take it, a little less weight to drag him down. Doggedly, he set out swimming for the far bank. There were no Trollocs there, he hoped. He swam the way he did back home, in the ponds of waterwood, stroking with both hands, kicking with both feet, keeping his head out of the water. At least, he tried to keep his head out of the water. It was not easy. Even without the cloak, his coat and boots each seemed to weigh as much as he did, and the axe dragged at his waist, threatening to roll him over if it did not pull him under. He thought about letting the river have it too. He thought about it more than once. It would be easy, much easier than struggling out of his boots, for instance. But every time he thought of it, he thought of crawling out on the far bank to find Trollocs waiting. The axe would not do him much good against half a dozen Trollocs, even against one. Maybe. But it was better than his bare hands. After a while, he was not even certain he would be able to lift the axe if Trollocs were there. His arms and legs had become leaden, and it was an effort to move them, and his face no longer came as far out of the river with each stroke. He coughed from water that went up his nose. A day at the forge had no odds on this, he thought wearily. And just then, his kicking foot struck something. It was not until he kicked it again that he realized what it was. The bottom. He was in the shallows. He was across the river. Sucking air through his mouth, he got to his feet, splashing about as his legs almost gave way. He fumbled his axe out of the loose as he floundered ashore, shivering in the wind. He did not see any Trollocs. He did not see a Gawain either. Just a few scattered trees along the riverbank and a moonlight ribbon on the water. When he had his breath again, he called their names again and again. Faint shouts from the far side answered him. Even at that distance, he could make out the harsh voices of the Trollocs. His friends did not answer, though. The wind surged. It moaned, drowning out the Trollocs, and he shivered. It was not cold enough to freeze the water soaking his clothes, but it felt as if it was. It sliced to the bone with an icy blade. Hugging himself was only a gesture that did not stop the shivering. Alone, he climbed tiredly up the riverbanks to find shelter against the wind. Rand patted Cloud's neck, soothing the gray with whispers. The horse tossed his head and danced on quick feet. The Trollocs had been left behind, or so it seemed, but Cloud had the smell of them thick in his nostrils. Matt rode with an arrow nocked, watching for surprises out of the night, while Rand and Tom peered through the branches, searching for the red star that was their guide. Keeping it in view had been easy enough, even with all the branches overhead, so long as they were riding straight towards it. But then, more Trollocs had appeared ahead, and they went galloping off to the side with both packs howling after them. The Trollocs could keep up with the horse, but only for 100 paces or so. And finally, they left the pursuit and the howls behind. But with all the twists and turns, they had lost the guiding star. "I say it's still over there," Matt said, gesturing off to his right. We were going north at the end, and that means east is that way." "There it is," Tom said abruptly. He pointed through the tangled branches off to their left, straight at the red star. Matt mumbled something under his breath. Out of the corner of his eye, Rand caught the movement as a Trolloc leaped out from behind a tree without a sound, swinging its catchpole. Rand dug in his heels, and the gray bounded forward just as two more plunged from the shadows after the first. A noose brushed the back of Rand's neck, sending a shiver down his spine. An arrow took one of those bestial faces in the eyes. Then Matt swung in beside him as their horses pounded through the trees. They were running towards the river, he realized, but he was not sure it was going to do any good. The Trollocs sped after them, almost close enough to reach out and grab the steaming tails of their horses. Half a step gained, and the catchpoles could drag them both out of their saddles. He leaned low on the gray's neck to put that much more distance between his own neck and the nooses. Matt's face was buried in his horse's mane. But Rand wondered where Tom was. Had the gleeman decided he was better off on his own, since all three Trollocs had fastened on the boys? Suddenly, Tom's gelding galloped out of the night, hard behind the Trollocs. The Trollocs only had enough time to look back in surprise before the gleeman's hand whipped back and then forward. Moonlight flashed off steel. One Trolloc tumbled forward, rolling over and over before landing in a heap, while a second one dropped to its knees with a scream, clawing its back with both hands. The third snarled, bearing a muzzleful of sharp teeth. But as its companions toppled, it whirled away into the darkness. Tom's hand made the whip-like motion again, and the Trolloc shrieked, but the shrieks faded into the distance as it ran. Rand and Matt pulled up and stared at the gleeman. "My best knives," Tom muttered, but he made no effort to get down and retrieve them.
Rand waited for the creak, creak, creak of their footsteps to fade away, then counted to 50 before sticking his head into the hall. The blackness was broken only by a rectangle of light that seemed as distant as the moon, the door to the common room. As he pulled his head in, something big moved in the darkness near the far door, Jack or Strom standing guard. A quick examination of the door told him all he needed to know, little of it good. The boards were thick and stout, but there was no lock and no bar on the inside. It did open into the room, though. "I thought they were going for us," Matt said. "What are they waiting for?" He had the dagger out, gripped in a white-knuckled fist. Lamplight flickered on the blade. His bow and quiver lay forgotten on the floor. "For us to go to sleep." Rand started rummaging through the barrels and crates. "Help me find something to block the door." "Why? You don't really intend to sleep here, do you? Let's get out the window and gone. I'd rather be wet than dead." "One of them is at the end of the hall. We make any noise and they'll be down on us before we can blink. I think Hake would rather face us awake than risk letting us get away." Muttering, Matt joined his search, but there was nothing useful in any of the litter on the floor. The barrels were empty, the crates splintered, and the whole lot of them piled in front of the door would not stop anyone from opening it. Then something familiar on a shelf caught Rand's eye. 2 splitting wedges, covered with rust and dust. He took them down with a grin. Hastily, he shoved them under the door, and when the next roll of thunder rattled the inn, drove them in with 2 quick kicks of his heel. The thunder faded, and he held his breath, listening. All he heard was the rain pounding on the roof, no floorboards creaking under running feet. "The window," he said. It had not been opened in years from the dirt crusted around it. They strained together, pushing up with all their might. Rand's knees wobbled before the sash budged. It groaned with each reluctant inch. When the opening was wide enough for them to slip through, he crouched, then stopped. "Blood and ashes," Matt growled. "No wonder Hake wasn't worried about us slipping out." Iron bars in an iron frame glistened wetly in the light from the lamp. Rand pushed at them. They were as solid as a boulder. "I saw something," Matt said. He pawed hurriedly through the litter on the shelves and came back with a rusty crowbar. He rammed the end of it under the iron frame on one side, and Rand winced. "Remember the noise, Matt." Matt grimaced and muttered under his breath, but he waited. Rand put his hands on the crowbar and tried to find good footing in the growing puddle of water under the window. Thunder rolled, and they heaved, with a tortured squeal of nails that made the hairs lift on Rand's neck. The frame shifted, a quarter of an inch, if that. Timing themselves to peals of thunder and lightning cracks, they heaved on the crowbar again and again. Nothing. A quarter of an inch. Nothing. A hair's breadth. Nothing. Nothing. Suddenly Rand's feet slipped in the water, and they crashed to the floor. The crowbar clattered against the bars like a gong. He lay in a puddle, holding his breath and listening. Silence but for the rain. Matt nursed bruised knuckles and glared at him. "We'll never get out at this rate." The iron frame was pushed out from the window not quite far enough to get 2 fingers under it. Dozens of thick nails crossed the narrow opening. "We just have to keep trying," Rand said, getting up. But as he set the crowbar under the edge of the frame, the door creaked as someone tried to open it. The splitting wedges held it shut. He exchanged a worried look with Matt. Matt pulled the dagger out again. The door gave another squeak. Rand took a deep breath and tried to make his voice steady. "Go away, Hake. We're trying to sleep." "I fear you mistake me." The voice was so sleek and full of itself that it named its owner, Howl Goad. "Master Hake and his minions will not trouble us. They sleep soundly, and in the morning they will only be able to wonder where you vanished to. Let me in, my young friends. We must talk." "We don't have anything to talk to you about," Matt said. "Go away and let us sleep." Goad's chuckle was nasty. "Of course we have things to talk about. You know that as well as I. I saw it in your eyes. I know what you are, perhaps better than you do. I can feel it coming from you in waves. Already you halfway belong to my master. Stop running and accept it. Things will be so much easier for you. If the Tarvalon hags find you, you'll wish you could cut your own throat before they are done, but you won't be able to. Only my master can protect you from them." Rand swallowed hard. "We don't know what you're talking about. Leave us alone." The floorboards in the hall squeaked. Goad was not alone. How many men could he have brought in 2 carriages? "Stop being foolish, my young friends. You know very well. The great Lord of the Dark has marked you for his own. It is written that when he awakes, the new Dreadlords will be there to praise him. You must be 2 of them, else I would not have been sent to find you. Think of it. Life everlasting and power beyond dreams." His voice was thick with hunger for that power himself. Rand glanced back at the window just as lightning split the sky, and he almost groaned. The brief flash of light showed men outside, men ignoring the rain that drenched them as they stood watching the window. "I tire of this," Goad announced. "You will submit to my master, to your master, or you will be made to submit. That would not be pleasant for you. The great Lord of the Dark rules death, and he can give life in death or death in life as he chooses. Open this door. One way or another your running is at an end. Open it, I say." He must have said something else, too, for suddenly a heavy body thudded against the door. It shivered, and the wedges slid a fraction of an inch with a grate of rust rubbing off on wood. Again and again the door trembled as bodies hurled themselves at it. Sometimes the wedges held, sometimes they slid another tiny bit, and bit by tiny bit the door crept inexorably inward. "Submit," Goad demanded from the hall, "or spend eternity wishing that you had." "If we don't have any choice." Matt licked his lips under Rand's stare. His eyes darted like the eyes of a badger in a trap. His face was pale and he panted as he spoke. "We could say yes and then get away later. Blood and ashes, Rand, there's no way out." The words seemed to drift to Rand through wool stuffed in his ears. No way out. Thunder muttered overhead and was drowned in a slash of lightning. Have to find a way out. Goad called to them, demanding, appealing. The door slid another inch toward being open. A way out. Light filled the room, flooding vision. The air roared and burned. Rand felt himself picked up and dashed against the wall. He slid down in a heap, ears ringing, and every hair on his body trying to stand on end. Dazed, he staggered to his feet. His knees wobbled, and he put a hand against the wall to steady himself. He looked around in amazement. The lamp lying on its side on the edge of one of the few shelves still clinging to the walls still burned and gave light. All the barrels and crates, some blackened and smoldering, lay toppled where they had been hurled. The window, bars and all, and most of the wall, too, had vanished, leaving a splintered hole. The roof sagged, and tendrils of smoke fought the rain around the jagged edges of the opening. The door hung off its hinges, jammed in the doorframe at an angle, slanting into the hall. With a feeling of woozy unreality, he stood the lamp up. It seemed the most important thing in the world was making sure it did not break. A pile of crates suddenly heaved apart, and Matt stood up in the middle of it. He weaved on his feet, blinking and fumbling at himself as if wondering if everything was still attached. He peered toward Rand. "Rand?" Is that you? You're alive. I thought we were both... He broke off, biting his lip and shaking. It took Rand a moment to realize he was laughing and on the edge of hysteria. What happened, Matt? Matt, what happened? One last shiver racked Matt, and then he was still. Lightning, Rand. I was looking right at the window when it hit the bars. Lightning. I can't see where... He broke off, squinting at the aslant door, and his voice went sharp. Where's Goad? Nothing moved in the dark corridor beyond the door. Of Goad and his companions, there was neither sign nor sound, though anything could have lain in the blackness. Rand found himself hoping they were dead, but he would not have put his head into the hall to find out for sure if he had been offered a crown. Nothing moved out in the night beyond where the wall had been either, but others were up and about. Confused shouts came from above stairs in the inn, and the pounding of running feet. Let's go while we can, Rand said. Hastily helping separate their belongings from the rubble, he grabbed Matt's arm and half pulled, half guided his friend through the gaping hole into the night. Matt clutched his arm, stumbling beside him, with his head pushed forward in an effort to see. As the first rain hit Rand's face, lightning forked above the inn, and he came to a convulsive stop. Goad's men were still there, lying with their feet toward the opening. Pelted by the rain, their open eyes stared at the sky. What is it? Matt asked. Blood and ashes. I can barely see my own bloody hand. Nothing, Rand said. Look, the lights. Is it? Shivering, he carefully guided Matt around the bodies. Just the lightning. There was no light save the lightning, and he stumbled in the ruts as they ran staggering away from the inn. With Matt almost hanging on him, every stumble almost pulled them both down, but tottering, panting, they ran. Once he looked back, once before the rain thickened to a deafening curtain that blotted the dancing cartman from sight. Lightning silhouetted the figure of a man at the back of the inn, a man shaking his fist at them, or at the sky. Goad or Hake, he did not know, but either one was as bad as the other. The rain came in a deluge, isolating them in a wall of water. He hurried through the night, listening through the roar of the storm for the sound of pursuit.
I'm back. I hope you've enjoyed so far. We're going to take a quick pause from the readings. They have all been excellent. I hope that you've been enjoying. And we'll get into the next half in just a minute. But I wanted to pop in really quickly again, if you're new or if you've come in a bit later, to talk quickly about my project, The Soundscape of Time, which is the accompaniment that you've been hearing throughout the day behind the narrators. So I've written all of that music, designed those sound effects, and went out and recorded those ambiences to put in and layer in there. And if you're unfamiliar, it is designed to be listened to on its own with headphones so that you can kind of sit there and read while you listen, or you can pair it up with the official audiobooks if you've purchased those too, and get this full immersive version of this story. So I've finished the first 2 books. I'm midway through the 3rd book, and then the 4th book is in planning phases already as well. But if you're interested in helping me continue that journey, it's a long one, but with your support, I should be able to get to the finish line. So if you're interested in helping me out to get to the end of the journey, you can back my next Kickstarter at the link over here, and that's running right now. So I hope that we can push that and keep getting closer. I really, really appreciate everyone's support with that. So without further ado, let's continue on for the rest of the readings.
When he stepped into the room to which she had directed him, he stopped and stared. The shelves must have held 300 or 400 books, more than he'd seen in one place before. Cloth-bound, leather-bound with gilded spines, only a few had wooden covers. His eyes gobbled up the titles, picking out old favorites. The Travels of Jane Farstrider, the Essays of Willem of Manetches. His breath caught at the sight of a leather-bound copy of Voyages Among the Sea Folk. Tam had always wanted to read that. Picturing Tam turning the book over in his hands with a smile, getting the feel of it before settling down before the fireplace with his pipe to read, his own hand tightened on his sword hilt with a sense of loss and emptiness that dampened all his pleasure in the books. A throat cleared behind him, and he suddenly realized he was not alone. Ready to apologize for his rudeness, he turned. He was used to being taller than almost everyone he met, but this time his eyes traveled up and up and up, and his mouth fell open. Then he came to the head, almost reaching the 10-foot ceiling. A nose as broad as the face, so wide it was more a snout than a nose. Eyebrows that hung down like tails, framing pale eyes as big as teacups. Ears that poked up to tufted points through a shaggy black mane. "Trolloc!" He let out a yell and tried to back up and draw his sword. His feet got tangled and he sat down hard instead. "I wish you humans wouldn't do that," rumbled a voice as deep as a drum. The tufted ears twitched violently and the voice became sad. "So few of you remember us. It's our own fault, I suppose. Not many of us have gone out among men since the shadow fell on the ways. That's, 6 generations now. Right after the War of the 100 Years, it was." The shaggy head shook and let out a sigh that would have done credit to a bull. Too long, and so few to travel and see. It might as well have been none." Rand sat there for a minute with his mouth hanging open, staring up at the apparition in wide-toed, knee-high boots and a dark blue coat that buttoned from the neck to the waist, then flared out to his boot tops like a kilt over baggy trousers. In one hand was a book, seeming tiny by comparison, with a finger broad enough for 3 marking the place. "I thought you were," he began, then caught himself. "What are—" That was not any better. Getting to his feet, he gingerly offered his hand. "My name is Randall Thor." A hand as big as a ham engulfed his. It was accompanied by a formal bow. "Loyal, son of Errant, son of Hallan. Your name sings in my ears, Randall Thor." That sounded like a ritual greeting to Rand. He returned the bow. "Your name sings in my ears, loyal son of Errant, son of Hallan." It was all a little unreal. He still did not know what Loyal was. The grip of Loyal's huge fingers was surprisingly gentle, but he was still relieved to get his hand back in one piece. "You humans are very excitable," Loyal said in that bass rumble. "I had heard all the stories and read the books, of course, but I didn't realize. My first day in Camelin, I could not believe the uproar. Children cried and women screamed, and a mob chased me all the way across the city, waving clubs and knives and torches and shouting, 'Trolloc!' I'm afraid I was almost beginning to get a little upset. There's no telling what would have happened if a party of the Queen's Guards hadn't come along." "A lucky thing," Rand said faintly. "Yes, but even the guardsmen seemed almost as afraid of me as the others. 4 days in Camelin now, and I haven't been able to put my nose outside this inn. Good Master Gil even asked me not to use the common room." His ears twitched. "Not that he hasn't been very hospitable, you understand, but there was a bit of trouble that first night. All the humans seemed to want to leave at once. Such screaming and shouting, everyone trying to get through the door at the same time. Some of them could have been hurt." Rand stared in fascination at those twitching ears. "I'll tell you, it was not for this I left the steading." "You're an Ogier!" Rand exclaimed. "Wait, 6 generations? You said the War of the 100 Years. How old are you?" He knew it was rude as soon as he said it, but Loyal became defensive rather than offended. 90 years, the ogre said stiffly. "In only 10 more, I'll be able to address the stump. I think the elders should have let me speak, since they were deciding whether I could leave or not. But then they always worry about anyone of any age going outside. You humans are so hasty, so erratic." He blinked and gave a short bow. "Please forgive me. I shouldn't have said that. But you do fight all the time, even when there's no need to." "That's all right," Rand said. He was still trying to take in Loyal's age. Older than old Senbui, and still not old enough to... He sat down in one of the high-backed chairs. Loyal took another. Made to hold 2, he filled it. Sitting, he was as tall as most men standing. "At least they did let you go." Loyal looked at the floor, wrinkling his nose and rubbing at it with one thick finger. "Well, as to that now, you see, the stump had not been meeting very long, not even a year. But I could tell from what I heard that by the time they reached a decision, I would be old enough to go without their permission. I'm afraid they'll say I put a long handle on my axe, but I just left. The elders always said I was too hot-headed, and I fear I've proven them right. I wonder if they have realized I'm gone yet. But I had to go. Rand bit his lip to keep from laughing. If Loyal was a hot-headed Ogier, he could imagine what most Ogier were like. Had not been meeting very long, not even a year? Master Alvir would just shake his head in wonder. A village council meeting that lasted half a day would have everybody jumping up and down, even Harl Luon. A wave of homesickness swept over him, making it hard to breathe from memories of Tam and Egwene, and the Winespring Inn and Beltane on the green in happier days. He forced them away. If you don't mind my asking, he said, clearing his throat, why did you want to go, outside so much? I wish I'd never left my home myself. Why, to see, Loyal said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. I read the books, all the travelers' accounts, and it began to burn in me that I had to see, not just read. His pale eyes brightened and his ears stiffened. I studied every scrap I could find about traveling, about the ways and customs in human lands, and the cities we built for you humans after the breaking of the world. And the more I read, the more I knew that I had to go outside, go to those places we had been, and see the groves for myself. Rand blinked. Groves? Yes, the groves. The trees. Only a few of the great trees, of course, towering to the sky to keep memories of the steading fresh. His chair groaned as he shifted forward, gesturing with his hands, one of which still held the book. His eyes were brighter than ever, and his ears almost quivered. Mostly they used the trees of the land and the place. You cannot make the land go against itself. Not for long, the land will rebel. You must shape the vision to the land, not the land to the vision. In every grove was planted every tree that would grow and thrive in that place, each balanced against the next, each placed to complement the others. For the best growing, of course, but also so that the balance would sing in the eye and the heart. Ah, the book spoke of groves to make elders weep and laugh at the same time, groves to remain green in memory forever. What about the cities, Rand asked. Loyal gave him a puzzled look. The cities the Ogier built. Here, for instance, Camelin. Ogier built Camelin, didn't you? The stories say so. Working with stone. His shoulders gave a massive shrug. That was just something learned in the years after the breaking during the exile, when we were still trying to find the steading again. It is a fine thing, I suppose, but not the true thing. Try as you will, and I have read that the Ogier who built those cities truly did try. You cannot make stone live. A few still do work with stone, but only because you humans damage the buildings so often with your wars. There was a handful of Ogier in, Kyrian it's called now, when I passed through. They were from another steading, luckily, so they didn't know about me, but they were still suspicious that I was outside alone so young. I suppose it's just as well there was no reason for me to linger there. In any case, you see, working with stone is just something that was thrust on us by the weaving of the pattern. The groves came from the heart. Rand shook his head. Half the stories he had grown up with had just been stood on their heads. I didn't know Ogier believed in the pattern, Loyal. Of course we believe. The wheel of time weaves the pattern of the ages, and lives are the threads it weaves. No one can tell how the thread of his own life will be woven into the pattern, or how the thread of a people will be woven. It gave us the breaking of the world, and the exile, and stone, and the longing, and eventually it gave us back the steading before we all died. Sometimes I think the reason you humans are the way you are is because your threads are so short. They must jump around in the weaving. Oh, there, I've done it again. The elders say you humans don't like to be reminded of how short a time you live. I hope I didn't hurt your feelings. Rand laughed and shook his head. Not at all. I suppose it'd be fun to live as long as you do, but I never really thought about it. I guess if I live as long as old Sen Bui, that'll be long enough for anybody. He is a very old man? Rand just nodded. He was not about to explain that old Sen Bui was not quite as old as Loyal. Well, Loyal said, perhaps you humans do have short lives, but you do so much with them. Always jumping around, always so hasty. and you have the whole world to do it in. We Ogier are bound to our steading. You're outside? For a time, Rand, but I must go back eventually. This world is yours and your kind's. The steading are mine. There's too much hurly-burly outside, and so much has changed from what I have read about. Well, things do change over the years. Some, anyway. Some. Half the cities I read about aren't even there any longer, and most of the rest are known by different names. You take Kyrian. The city's proper name is Al-Kyrian Allen, Hill of the Golden Dawn. They don't even remember for all of the sunrise on their banners. And the grove there, I doubt it has been tended since the Trolloc Wars. It's just another forest now, where they cut firewood. The great trees are all gone, and no one remembers them. And here, Camelin is still Camelin, but they let the city grow right over the grove. We're not a quarter of a mile from the center of it, right where we sit. From where the center of it should be. Not a tree of it left. I've been to Tyr and Ilion too. Different names and no memories. There's only pasture for their horses where the grove was at Tyr. And at Ilion, the grove is the king's park, where he hunts his deer and none allowed inside without his permission. It has all changed, Rand. I fear very much that I will find the same everywhere I go. All the groves gone, all the memories gone, all the dreams dead. You can't give up, Loyal. You can't ever give up. If you give up, you might as well be dead. Rand sank back in his chair as far as he could go, his face turning red. He expected the Ogier to laugh at him, but Loyal nodded gravely instead. Yes, that's the way of your kind, isn't it? The Ogier's voice changed, as if he were quoting something. Till shade is gone, till water is gone. Into the shadow with teeth bared, screaming defiance with the last breath. To spit in sight blinder's eye on the last day.
Chapter 46 Fal Dara. The country around the Waygate was rolling, forested hills, but aside from the gates themselves, there was no sign of any Ogier grove. Most of the trees were grey skeletons, clawing at the sky. Fewer evergreens than Rand was used to dotted the forest, and of them, dead brown needles and leaves covered many. Loyal made no comment beyond a sad shaking of his head. As dead as the blasted lands, Nynaeve said, frowning. Egwene pulled her cloak around her and shivered. At least we're out, Perrin said, and Matt added, Out where? Shinar, Lam told them. We're in the Borderlands. In his hard voice was a note that said home. Almost. Rand gathered his cloak against the cold. The Borderlands. Then, the Blight was close by. The Blight. The eye of the world. And what they had come to do. We are close to Fal Dara, Moiraine said. Only a few miles. Across the treetops, towers rose to the north and east of them, dark against the morning sky. Between the hills and the woods, the towers often vanished as they rode, only to reappear again when they stopped at a particularly tall rise. Rand noticed trees split open, as if struck by lightning. The cold, Lan answered when he asked. Sometimes the winter is so cold here that the sap freezes, and trees burst. There are nights when you can hear them cracking like fireworks, and the air is so sharp you think that might shatter too. There are more than usual, this winter past. Rand shook his head. Trees bursting? And that was during an ordinary winter? What must this winter have been like? Surely like nothing he could imagine. Who says winter's past? Matt said, his teeth shattering. Why this? A fine spring, sheepherder, Lan said. A fine spring to be alive. But if you want warm, well, it will be warm in the Blight. Softly, Matt muttered. Blood and ashes! Blood and bloody ashes! Rand barely heard him, but it sounded heartfelt. They began to pass farms, but though it was the hour for midday meals to be cooking, no smoke rose from the high stone chimneys. The fields were empty of men and livestock both, though sometimes a plough or a wagon stood abandoned, as if the owner meant to be back any minute. At one farm close by the road, a lone chicken scratched in the yard. One barn door swung freely with the wind. The other had broken off the bottom hinge and swung at an angle. The tall house, odd to Rand's Two Rivers eyes, with its sharp peaked roof and big wooden shingles running almost to the ground, was still and silent. No dog came out to bark at them. A scythe lay in the middle of the barnyard. Buckets were overturned in a heap beside the well. Moiraine frowned at the farmhouse as they rode by. She lifted Aldib's reins, and the white mare quickened her pace. The Emmons fielders were clustered with Loyal, a little behind the Aes Sedai and the warder. Rand shook his head. He could not imagine anything growing there, ever. But then he could not really imagine the ways either. Even now that he was past them, he could not. "I don't think she expected this," Nynaeve said quietly, with a gesture that took in all the empty farms they had seen. "Where did they all go?" Egwene said. "Why? They can't have been gone very long." "What makes you say that?" Matt asked. "From the look at that barn door, they could have been gone all winter." Nynaeve and Egwene both looked at him as if he were slow-witted. "The curtains in the windows," Egwene said patiently. "They look too light for winter curtains, even here. As cold as it is here, no woman would have had those up more than a week or two, maybe less." The wisdom nodded. "Curtains," Perrin chuckled. He immediately wiped the smile off his face when he saw the two women raise their eyebrows at him. "Oh, I agree with you. There wasn't enough rust on that site for any more than a week in the open. You should have seen that, Matt, even if you missed the curtains." Rand glanced sideways at Perrin, trying not to stare. His eyes were sharper than Perrin's, or had been, when they used to hunt rabbits together, but he had not been able to see that sight blade well enough to make out any rust. "I really don't care where they went," Matt grumbled. "I just want to find someplace with a fire. Soon." "But why did they go?" Rand said under his breath. The Blight was not far off here. The Blight, where all the Fades and Trollocs were, those not down in Andor chasing them. The Blight, where they were going. He raised his voice enough to be heard by those close to him. "Nynaeve, maybe you and Egwene don't have to go to the Eye with us." The two women looked at him as if he were speaking gibberish, but with the Blight so close, he had to make one last try. "Maybe it's enough for you to be close. Moiraine didn't say you have to go. Or you, Loyal. You could stay at Fal Dara until we come back. Or you could start for Tarvalon. Maybe there'll be a merchant train, or I'll bet Moiraine would even hire a coach. We will meet you in Tarvalon when it's all over." "Tarvalon." Loyal's sigh was a rumble like thunder on the horizon. "You swore lives around you, Rand al'Thor. You and your friends. Your fate chooses ours." The Ogier shrugged, and suddenly a broad grin split his face. "Besides, it would be something to meet the Green Man. Elder Harmon always talks about his meeting with the Green Man, and so does my father, and most of the elders." "So many?" Perrin said. "The stories say that the Green Man is hard to find, and no one can find him twice." "Not twice, no," Loyal agreed. "But then, I have never met him, and neither have you. He doesn't seem to avoid Ogier quite the way he does humans. He knows so much about the trees, even tree songs." Rand said, "The point I was trying to make is..." The wisdom cut him off. "She says Egwene and I are part of the pattern too, all woven in with you three. If she is to be believed, there's something about the way that piece of the pattern is woven that might stop the Dark One. And I'm afraid I do believe her. Too much has happened not to. But if Egwene and I go away, what might be changed about the pattern?" "I was only trying to..." Again, Nynaeve interrupted sharply. "I know what you were trying to do." She looked at him until he shifted uneasily in the saddle, and then her face softened. I know what you were trying to do, Rand. I have little liking for any Aes Sedai, and this one least of all, I think. I have less for going into the Blight, but least of all is the liking I have for the Father of Lies. If you boys, you men, can do what has to be done when you'd rather do almost anything else, why do you think I will do less? Or Egwene? She did not appear to expect an answer. Gathering her reins, she frowned towards the Aes Sedai up ahead. I wonder if we're going to reach this Fal Dara place soon. Does she mean us to spend the night out in this? As she trotted towards Moiraine, Matt said, She called us men. It seems like only yesterday she was saying we shouldn't be off leading strings, and now she calls us men. You still shouldn't be off your mother's apron strings, Egwene said. But Rand did not think her heart was in it. She moved Bella close to his bay and lowered her voice so none of the others could hear, although Matt at least tried. I only danced with Aram, Rand, she said softly, not looking at him. You wouldn't hold it against me, dancing with somebody I will never see again, would you? No, he told her. What had made her bring it up now? Of course not. But suddenly he remembered something Min had said in Baerlon, what seemed 100 years ago. She's not for you, nor you for her. At least, not in the way you both want. The town of Fal Dara was built on hills higher than the surrounding country. It was nowhere near as big as Caemlyn, but the wall around it was as high as Caemlyn's. For a full mile outside that wall, in every direction, the ground was clear of anything taller than grass, and that cut low. Nothing could come close without being seen from one of the many tall towers topped by wooden hoardings. Where the walls of Caemlyn had a beauty about them, the builders of Fal Dara seemed not to have cared if anyone found their wall beautiful. The grey stone was grimly implacable, proclaiming that it existed for one purpose alone: to hold. Pennants atop the hoardings whipped in the wind, making the stooping black hawk of Shinar seem to fly all along the walls. Lan tossed back the hood of his cloak and, despite the cold, motioned for the others to do the same. Moiraine had already lowered hers. It's the law in Shinar, the warder said. In all the borderlands. No one may hide his face inside the town's walls. Are they all that good looking? Matt laughed. A half-man can't hide with his face exposed, the warder said in a flat voice. Rand's grin slid off his face. Hastily, Matt pushed back his hood. The gate stood open, tall and covered with dark iron, but a dozen armored men stood guard in the golden-yellow surcoats bearing the Black Hawk. The hilts of long swords on their backs peeked over their shoulders, and a broadsword or mace or an axe hung at every waist. The horses were tethered nearby, made grotesque by the steel bardings covering chests and necks and heads, with lances to stirrups, all ready to ride in an instant. The guards made no move to stop Lan and Moiraine and the others. Indeed, they waved and called out happily. Daishan, one cried, shaking steel gauntlet fists over his head as they rode past. Daishan! A number of others shouted, Glory to the builders! And Kisarai Tiwansho! Loyal looked surprised, then a broad smile split his face as he waved to the guards. One man ran alongside Lan's horse a little way, unhampered by the armor he wore. Will the golden crane fly again, Daishan? Peace, Ragan, was all the warder said, and the man fell away. He returned the guard's waves, but his face was suddenly even more grim. As they rode through the stone-paved streets crowded with people and wagons, Rand frowned worriedly. Fal Dara was bulging at the seams, but the people were neither the eager crowds of Caemlyn, enjoying the grandeur of the city even as they squabbled, nor the milling throngs of Baerlon. Packed cheek by jowl, these folk watched their party ride by with leaden eyes and faces blank of emotion. Carts and wagons jammed every alleyway and half the streets, piled high with jumbled household furnishings and carved chests packed so tight that clothes spilled. On top sat the children. Adults kept the younglings up where they could be seen and did not let them stray even to play. The children were even more silent than their elders, their eyes bigger, more haunting in their stares. The nooks and crannies between the wagons were filled with shaggy cattle and black-spotted pigs in makeshift pens. Crates of chicken and ducks and geese fitfully made up the silence of the people. He knew now where the farmers had gone. Lan led the way to the fortress in the middle of the town, a massive stone pile atop the highest hill. A dry moat, deep and wide, its bottom a forest of sharp steel spikes, razor-edged and as tall as a man, surrounded the tower walls of the keep. A place for a last defense, if the rest of the town fell. From one of the gate towers, an armored man called down, "Welcome, Daishan!" Another shouted to the inside of the fortress, "The Golden Crane! The Golden Crane!"
"I've found you at last." Rand jerked as if a rope had tightened around his neck. The words, the voice. For a moment he believed it was Balsamon. But the two men who walked out of the trees, faces hidden by their cowls, did not wear cloaks the color of dried blood. One cloak was dark gray, and the other almost dark green, and they seemed musty even to the open air. And the men were not fades. The breeze stirred their cloaks. "Who are you?" Lan's stance was cautious, his hand was on his sword hilt. "How did you come here? If you're seeking the Green Man..." "He guided us." The hand that pointed to Matt was old and shriveled, too scarcely human. Lacking a fingernail and with knuckles gnarled like knots in a piece of rope. Matt took a step back, eyes widening. "An old thing, an old friend, an old enemy. But he is not the one we seek." The green-cloaked man finished. The other man stood as if he would never speak. Moiraine straightened to her full height, no more than shoulder-high to any man there, but suddenly seeming as tall as the hills. Her voice rang like a bell, demanding, "Who are you?" Hands pushed back the hoods, and Rand goggled. The old man was older than old. He made Senbui look like a child in the bloom of health. The skin on his face was like crazed parchment drawn tight over a skull, then pulled tighter still. Wispy tufts of brittled hair stood at odd places on his scabrous scalp. His ears were withered bits like scraps of ancient leather. His eyes sunken, peering out of his head as if from the ends of tunnels. Yet the other was worse. A tight black leather carapace covered that one's head and face completely, but the front of it was worked into a perfect face, a young man's face, laughing wildly, laughing insanely, frozen forever. What is he hiding if the other shows what he shows? Then even thought froze in his head, shattered to dust and blew away. "I am called Agenor," the old one said, "and he is Balthamel. He no longer speaks with his tongue. The wheel grinds exceedingly fine over 3,000 years imprisoned." His sunken eyes slid to the arch. Balthamel leaned forward, his mask's eyes on the white stone opening, as if he wanted to go straight in. "So long without," Agenor said softly. "So long." "The light protect," Loyal began, his voice shaking and cut off abruptly when Agenor looked at him. "The Forsaken," Matt said hoarsely, "are bound in Sheol Gul." "Were bound," Agenor smiled. His yellowed teeth had the look of fangs. "Some of us are bound no longer. The seals weaken, Aes Sedai. Like Ishamael, we walk the world again. And soon the rest of us will come. I was too close to this world in my captivity. I and Balthamel too close to the grinding of the wheel. But soon the great Lord of the Dark will be free, and he will give us new flesh, and the world will be ours once more. You will have no Lutheran kinslayer this time, no Lord of the Morning to save you. We know the one we seek now, and there is no more need for the rest of you." Lan's sword sprang from its scabbard too fast for Rand's eyes to follow, yet the warrior hesitated, eyes flickering to Moiraine, to Nynaeve. The two women stood well apart, To put himself between either of them and the Forsaken would put him further from the other. Only for a heartbeat the hesitation lasted, but as the warder's feet moved, Agenor raised his hand. It was a scornful gesture, a flipping of his gnarled fingers as if to shoo away a fly. The warder flew backwards through the air, as though a huge fist had caught him. With a dull thud, land struck the stone arch, hanging there for an instant before dropping in a flaccid heap, his sword lying near his outstretched hand. "No!" Nynaeve screamed. "Be still!" Moiraine commanded. But before anyone could move, the Wisdom's knife had left her belt, and she was running toward the Forsaken, her small blade upraised. "The light blinds you!" she cried, striking at Agenor's chest. The other Forsaken moved like a viper. While her blow still fell, Balthamel, leather-cased hand, darted out to seize her chin, fingers sinking into her cheeks while thumb dug into the other, driving blood out with their pressure and raising the flesh in pale ridges. A convulsion racked Nynaeve from head to toe, as if she had been cracked like a whip. Her knife dropped uselessly from her dangling fingers as Balthamel lifted her by his grip, brought her up to where the leather mask stared into her still quivering face. Her toes spasmed a foot above the ground, flowers rained from her hair. "I have almost forgotten the pleasures of the flesh." Agenor's tongue crossed his withered lips, sounding like stone on rough leather. "But Balthamel remembers much." The laughter of the mask seemed to grow wider, and the wail that left Nynaeve burned Rand's ears like despair ripped from her living heart. Suddenly Egwene moved, and Rand saw that she was going to help Nynaeve. "Egwene, no!" he shouted, but she did not stop. His hand had gone to his sword at Nynaeve's cry, but now he abandoned it and threw himself at Egwene. He thudded into her before she took her third step, carrying them both to the ground. Egwene landed under him with a gasp, immediately thrashing to get free. Others were moving too, he realized. Perrin's axe whirled into his hands, and his eyes glowed golden and fierce. "Wisdom!" Matt howled, the dagger from Shadow Logoth in his fist. "No!" Rand called. "You can't fight the Forsaken!" But they ran past him as if they had not heard, their eyes on Nynaeve and the two Forsaken. Agenor glanced at them unconcernedly and smiled. Rand felt the air stir above him like a crack of a giant's whip. Matt and Perrin, not even halfway to the Forsaken, stopped as if they had run into a wall, bounced back to sprawl on the ground. "Good," Agenor said. "A fitting place for you. If you learn to abase yourself properly in worship of us, I might let you live." Hastily, Rand scrambled to his feet. Perhaps he could not fight the Forsaken. No ordinary human could. But he would not let them believe for a minute that he was groveling before them. He tried to help Egwene up, but she slapped his hands away and stood by herself, angrily brushing off her dress. Matt and Perrin also stubbornly pushed themselves unsteadily erect. "You will learn," Agenor said, "if you want to live. Now that I have found what I need," his eyes went to the stone archway, "I may take the time to teach you." "This shall not be!" The green man strode out of the trees with a voice like lightning striking an ancient oak. "You do not belong here." Agenor spared him a brief contemptuous glance. "Begone! Your time is ended. All your kind but you are long since dust. Live what life is left to you, and be glad you're beneath our notice. This is my place, and you shall hurt no living thing here." Balthamel tossed Nynaeve aside like a rag, and like a crumpled rag she fell, eyes staring, limp as if her bones had melted. One leather-clad hand lifted, and the green man roared as smoke rose from the vines that wove him. The wind in the trees echoed his pain. Agenor turned back to Rand and the others as if the green man had been dealt with, but one long stride and massive leafy arms wrapped themselves around Balthamel, raising him high and crushing him against a chest of thick creepers. Black leather mask laughing into hazelnut eyes dark with anger. Like serpents, Balthamel's arms writhed free, his gloved hands grasping the green man's head as though he would wrench it off. Flames shot up where those hands touched. vines withering, leaves falling. The green man bellowed as thick, dark smoke poured out between the vines of his body. On and on he roared, as if all of him were coming out of his mouth with the smoke that billowed between his lips. Suddenly, Balthamol jerked in the green man's grasp. The Forsaken's hands tried to push him away. Instead of clutching him, one gloved hand flung wide, and a tiny creeper burst through the black leather. A fungus, such as rings trees in the deep shadows of the forest, ringed his arm, sprang from nowhere to full grown, swelling to cover the length of it. Balthamol thrashed, and a shoot of stinkweed ripped through his carapace. Lichens dug in their roots and split tiny cracks across the leather of his face. Nettles broke the eyes of his mask. Death's head mushrooms tore open his mouth. The green man threw the Forsaken down. Balthamol twisted and jerked, as all the things that grew in the dark places, all the things with spores, all the things that loved the dank, swelled and grew and tore cloth and leather and flesh. Was it flesh? Seen in that brief moment of verdant rage? To tattered shreds and covered him until only a mound remained, indistinguishable from many of the shaded depths of the green forest, and the mound moved no more than they. With a groan like a limb breaking under too great a weight, the green man crashed to the ground. Half his head was charred black. Tendrils of smoke still rose from him like gray creepers. Burned leaves fell from his arm as he painfully stretched out his blackened hand to gently cup an acorn. The earth rumbled as an oak seedling pushed up between his fingers. The green man's head fell, but the seedling reached for the sun, straining. Roots shot out and thickened, delved beneath the ground and rose again, thickened more as they sank. The trunk broadened and stretched upward, turning gray and fissured and ancient. Limbs spread and grew heavy, as big as arms, as big as men, and lifted to caress the sky, thick with green leaves, dense with acorns. The massive web of roots turned the earth like plows as it spread. The already huge trunk shivered, grew wider, round as a house. Stillness came, and an oak that could have stood for 500 years covered the spot where the green man had been, marking the tomb of a legend. Nynaeve lay on the gnarled roots, grown curved to her shape to make a bed for her to rest upon. The wind sighed through the oak's branches, and it seemed to murmur farewell. Even Agenor seemed stunned. Then his head lifted, cavernous eyes burning with hate. Enough! It's past time to end this!
Yes, Forsaken, Moiraine said, her voice as cold as deep winter ice. Past time. The Aes Sedai's hand rose, and the ground fell away beneath Agenor's feet. Flame roared from the chasm, whipped into a frenzy by wind howling in from every direction, sucking a maelstrom of leaves into the fire, which seemed to solidify into a red-streaked yellow jelly of pure heat. In the middle of it, Agenor stood, his feet supported only by air. The Forsaken looked startled, but then he smiled and took a step forward. It was a slow step, as if the fire tried to root him in the spot, but he took it, and then another. "Run!" Moiraine commanded, her face white with strain. "All of you, run!" Agenor stepped across the air toward the edge of the flames. Rand was aware of the others moving, Mat and Perrin dashing away at the edge of his vision, Loyal's long legs carrying him into the trees, but all he could really see was Egwene. She stood there, rigid, face pale and eyes closed. It was not fear that held her, he realized. She was trying to throw her puny, untrained wielding of the power against the Forsaken. Roughly, he grabbed her arm and pulled her around to face him. "Run!" he shouted at her. Her eyes opened, staring at him, angry with him for interfering, liquid with hate for Agenor, with fear for the Forsaken. "Run!" he said, pushing her toward the trees hard enough to start her. "Run!" Once started, she did run. But Agenor's withered face turned toward him, toward the running Egwene. Behind him, as the Forsaken walked through the flames, as if what the Aes Sedai was doing did not concern Agenor at all, toward Egwene. "Not her!" Rand shouted. "The light burn you, not her!" He snatched up a rock and threw it, meaning to draw Agenor's attention.
Halfway to the Forsaken's face, the stone turned to a handful of dust. He hesitated only a moment, long enough to glance over his shoulder and see that Egwene was hidden in the trees. The flames still surrounded Agenor, patches of his cloak smoldering, but he walked as if he had all the time in the world, and the fire's rim was near. Rand turned and ran. Behind him, he heard Moiraine begin to scream.
Rand found himself facing the end of the pass, where the humans were reforming, pennants stirring beneath the gleaming lance points. Wounded men wavered in their saddles. Riderless horses reared and galloped. Plainly, they could not stand another meeting. Yet just as plainly, they readied themselves for one final charge. Some of them saw him now. Men stood in their stirrups to point at him. Their shouts came to him as tiny piping. Staggering, he turned. The forces of the Dark One filled the other end of the pass, bristling black pikes and spear points swelling up onto mountain slopes, made blacker still by the great mass of Trollocs that dwarfed the army of the Shinar. Fades in hundreds rode across the front of the horde, the fierce, muzzled faces of Trollocs turning away in fear as they passed, huge bodies pulling back to make way. Overhead, Drakkar wheeled on leathery pinions, shrieks challenging the wind. Half-men saw him now too, pointed, and Drakkar spun and dove. 2, 3, 6 of them crying shrilly as they plummeted toward him. He stared at them. Heat filled him, the burning heat of the touched sun. He could see the Drakkar clearly, soulless eyes in pale men's faces on winged bodies that had nothing of humanity about them. Terrible heat. Crackling heat. From the clear sky lightning came, each bolt crisp and sharp, searing his eyes, each bolt striking a winged black shape. Hunting cries became shrieks of death, and charred forms fell to leave the sky clean again. The heat. The terrible heat of the light. He fell to his knees. He thought he could hear his tears sizzling on his cheeks. No! He clutched at tufts of wiry grass for some hold on reality. The grass burst into flame. Please, no! The wind rose with his voice, howled with his voice, roared with his voice down the pass, whipping the flames to a wall of fire that sped away from him and toward the Trolloc host, faster than a horse could run. Fire burned into the Trollocs, and the mountains trembled with their screams. Screams almost as loud as the wind and his voice. It has to end! He beat at the ground with his fist. The earth tolled like a gong. He bruised his hands on stony soil, and the earth trembled. Ripples ran through the ground ahead of him in eviscerating waves. Waves of dirt and rock towering over Trollocs and Fades, breaking over them as the mountains shattered under their hooved feet. A boiling mass of flesh and rubble churned across the Trolloc army. What was left standing was still a mighty host, but now no more than twice the human army in numbers, and milling in fright and confusion. The wind died. The screams died. The earth was still. Dust and smoke swirled down the pass to surround him. The light blind you, Baalzamon! This has to end! It is not here. It was not Rand's thought making his skull vibrate. I will take no part. Only the Chosen One can do what must be done, if he will. Where? He did not want to say it, but he could not stop himself. Where? The haze surrounding him parted, leaving a dome of clear, clean air, 10 spans high, walled by billowing smoke and dust. Steps rose before him, each standing alone and unsupported, stretching up into the murk that obscured the sun. Not here! Through the mist, as from the far end of the earth, came a cry. The light wills it! The ground rumbled with the thunder of hooves as the forces of humankind launched their last charge. Within the void, his mind knew a moment of panic. The charging horsemen could not see him in the dust. Their charge would trample right over him. The greater part of him ignored the shaking ground as a petty thing beneath concern. Dull anger driving his feet, he mounted the first steps. It has to be ended. Darkness surrounded him. The utter blackness of total nothing. The steps were still there, hanging in the black. Under his feet and ahead, when he looked back, those behind were gone, faded away to nothing, into nothingness around him. But the cord was yet there, stretching behind him, the glowing line dwindling and vanishing into the distance. It was not so thick as before, but it still pulsed, pumping strength into him, pumping life, filling him with the light. He climbed. It seemed forever that he climbed. Forever. And minutes. Time stood still in nothingness. Time ran faster. He climbed until suddenly a door stood before him, its surface rough and splintered and old, a door well remembered. He touched it, and it burst to fragments. While they still fell, he stepped through, bits of shattered wood falling from his shoulders. The chamber, too, was as he remembered. The mad, striated sky beyond the balcony, the melted walls, the polished table, the terrible fireplace with its roaring, heatless flames. Some of those faces that made the fireplace writhing in torment, shrieking in silence, tugged at his memory, as if he knew them. But he held the void close, floated within himself in emptiness. He was alone. When he looked at the mirror on the wall, his face was there, as clear as if it was him. There is a calm in the void. Yes, Balsamon said, from in front of the fireplace. I thought Agonor's greed would overcome him, but it makes no difference in the end. A long search, but ended now. You are here, and I know you. In the midst of the light, the void drifted, and in the midst of the void floated Rand. He reached for the soil of his home, and felt hard rock, unyielding and dry, stone without pity, where only the strong could survive. Only those as hard as the mountains. I am tired of running. He could not believe his voice was so calm. Tired of you threatening my friends? I will run no more. Balsamon had a cord too, he saw. A black cord, thicker by far than his own. So wide it should have dwarfed the human body, yet dwarfed by Balsamon instead. Each pulse along that black vein ate light. You think it makes any difference whether you run or stay? The flames of Balsamon's mouth laughed. The faces in the hearth wept at their master's mirth. You have fled from me many times, and each time I run you down and make you eat your pride with sniveling tears for spice. Many times you have stood and fought, then groveled in defeat, begging mercy. You have this choice, worm, and this choice only. Kneel at my feet and serve me well, and I will give you power above thrones, or be Tar-Balan's puppet fool and scream while you are ground into the dust of time. Rand shifted, glancing back through the door as if seeking a way to escape. Let the Dark One think that. Beyond the doorway was still the black of nothing, split by the shining thread that ran from his body. And out there, Balsamon's heavier cord ran as well, so black that it stood out in the dark as if against snow. The two cords beat like heart veins in the countertime against each other, the light barely resisting the waves of the dark. There are other choices, Rand said. The wheel weaves the pattern, not you. Every trap you've laid for me, I have escaped. I've escaped your Fades and Trollocs, escaped your dark friends. I tracked you here and destroyed your army on the way. You do not weave the pattern. Balzamon's eyes roared like two furnaces. His lips did not move, but Rand thought he heard a curse screamed at Agnor. Then the fires died, and that ordinary human face smiled at him in a way that chilled even through the warmth of the light. Other armies can be raised, fool. Armies you have not dreamed of will yet come. And you tracked me? You slug under a rock? Track me? I began the setting of your path the day you were born. A path to lead you to your grave, or here. I allowed to flee, and one to live, to speak the words that would echo down the years. Jane Farstrider, a hero, he twisted the word to a sneer, whom I painted like a fool and sent to the Ogier thinking he was free of me. The Black Aja, wriggling like worms on their bellies across the world to search you out. I pull the strings on the Amyrlin dances and think she controls events. The void trembled. Hastily Rand firmed it again. He knows it all. He could have done. It could be the way he says. The light warmed the void. Doubt cried out and was stilled until only the seed remained. He struggled, not knowing whether he wanted to bury the seed or make it grow. The void steadied, smaller than before, and he floated in calm. Balzamon seemed to notice nothing. It matters little if I have you alive or dead, except to you, and to what power you might have. You will serve me, or your soul will. But I would rather have you kneel to me alive than dead. A single fist of Trollocs sent to your village when I could have sent 1,000. One dark friend to face you where 100 could have come on you asleep. And you, fool, you don't even know them all. Neither those ahead, nor those behind, nor those by your side. You are mine, have always been mine, my dog on a leash, and I brought you here to kneel to your master or die, and let your soul kneel. I deny you. You have no power over me, and I will not kneel to you alive or dead. Look, Balzamon said. Look! Unwilling, Rand yet turned his head. Egwene stood there, and Nynaeve, pale and frightened with flowers in their hair, and another woman, little older than a wisdom, gray-eyed and beautiful, clothed in a two revers dress, bright blossoms embroidered around the neck. Mother? He breathed, and she smiled a hopeless smile. His mother smiled. No! My mother is dead, and the other two are safe away from here. I deny you! Egwene and Nynaeve blurred and became a wafting mist, dissipated. Cariel Thor still stood there, her eyes big with fear. She, at least, Balzamon said, is mine, to do with as I will. Rand shook his head. I deny you! He had to force the words out. She is dead, and safe from you in the light. His mother's lips trembled. Tears trickled down her cheeks. Each one burned him like acid. The Lord of the Grave is stronger than he once was, my son, she said. His reach is longer. The Father of Lies has a honeyed tongue for an unwearied souls. My son, my only darling son, I would spare you if I could, but he is my master now. His whim, the law of my existence. I can but obey him and grovel for his favor. Only you can free me. Please, my son, please help me. Help me, help me, please! The wail ripped out of her as bare-faced Fades, pale, eyeless, closed around. Her clothes ripped away in their bloodless hands that wielded pincers and clamps and things that stung and burned and whipped against her naked flesh. Her scream would not end. Rand's scream echoed hers. The void boiled in his mind. His sword was in his hand. Not the heron mark blade, but a blade of light. A blade of the light. Even as he raised it, a fiery white bolt shot from the point. As if the blade itself had reached out, it touched the nearest fade. The blinding incandescence filled the chamber, shining through the half-men like a candle through paper, burning through them, blinding his eyes to the scene. From the mists of the brilliance he heard a whisper, "Thank you, my son. The light, the blessed light." The flash faded, and he was alone in the chamber with Balsamon. Balsamon's eyes burned like the pit of doom, but he shied back from the sword as if it truly were the light itself.
"Fool, you will destroy yourself. You cannot wield it, so not yet. Not until I teach you. It is ended,"
Rand said as he swung the sword at Balsamon's black cord. Balsamon screamed as the sword fell, screamed till the stone walls trembled, and the endless howl redoubled as the blade of light severed the cord. The cut ends rebounded apart as if they had been under tension. The end, stretching into nothingness outside, began to shrivel as it sprang away. The other whipped back into Balsamon, hurling him against the fireplace. There was silent laughter in the soundless shrieks of the tortured faces. The walls shivered and crackled, the floor heaved, and chunks of stone crashed to the floor from the ceiling. As all broke apart around him, Rand pointed the sword at Balsamon's heart. "It is ended!" Light lanced from the blade, coruscating in the shower of fiery sparks like droplets of molten white metal. Wailing, Balsamon threw up his arms in a vain effort to shield himself. Flames shrieked in his eyes, joining with the other flames as the stone ignited, the stone of the cracking walls, the stone of the pitching floor, the stone showering from the ceiling. Rand felt the bright thread attached to him thinning, till only the glow itself remained. But he strained harder, not knowing what he did or how, only that this had to be ended. It has to be ended. Fire filled the chamber, a solid flame. He could see Balsamon withering like a leaf, hear him howling, feel the shrieks grating on his bones. The flame became pure, white light, brighter than the sun. Then the last flicker of the thread was gone, and he was falling through endless black and Balsamon's fading howl. Something struck him with tremendous force, turning him to jelly, and the jelly shook and screamed from the fire raging inside. The hungry, cold, burning without end.
Chapter 53. The Wheel Turns. Dawn revealed devastation in the Green Man's garden. The ground was thick with falling leaves, almost knee-deep in places. All the flowers were gone, except a few clinging desperately to the edge of the clearing. Little could grow in the soil under an oak, but a thick circle of flowers and grass centered on the thick trunk above the Green Man's grave. The oak itself retained only half its leaves, and that was far more than any other tree had, as if some remnant of the Green Man still fought to hold there. The cool breeze had died, replaced by a growing, sticky heat. The butterflies were gone, the birds silent. It was a silent group who prepared to leave. Rand climbed into the bay's saddle with a sense of loss. It shouldn't be this way. Blood and ashes, we won. I wish we had found his other place, Egwene said as she mounted Bella. A litter fashioned by Lan was slung between the shaggy mare and Aldib to carry Moiraine. Nynaeve would ride beside with the white mare's reins. The wisdom dropped her eyes whenever she saw Lan glance at her, avoiding his gaze. The warder looked at her whenever her eyes were averted, but he would not speak to her. No one had to ask who Egwene meant. "It's not right," Loyal said, staring at the oak. The Ogier was the only one still not mounted. "It is not right that Tree Brother should fall to the blight." He handed the reins of the big horse to Rand. "Not right." Lan opened his mouth as the Ogier walked to the great oak. Moiraine, lying on the litter, weakly raised her head, and the warder said nothing. Before the oak, Loyal knelt, closing his eyes and stretching out his arms. The tufts on his ears stood straight as he lifted his face to the sky, and he sang. Rand could not say if there were words, or if it was a pure song. In that rumbling voice, it was as if the earth sang, yet he was sure he heard the birds trilling again, and spring breezes sighing softly, and the sound of butterfly wings. Lost in the song, he thought it lasted only minutes, but when Loyal lowered his arms and opened his eyes, he was surprised to see the sun stood well above the horizon. It had been touching the trees when the Ogier began. The leaves still on the oak seemed greener, and more firmly attached than before. The flowers encircling it stood straighter, the morning stars white and fresh, the lover's knot a strong crimson. Mopping sweat from his broad face, Loyal rose and took his reins from Rand. His long eyebrows drooped, abashed, as if they might think he had been showing off. "I've never sung so hard before. I could not have done it if something of Tree Brother was still not there. My tree songs do not have his power." When he settled himself in the saddle, there was satisfaction in the look he gave the oak and the flowers. "This little space at least will not sink into the blight. The blight will not have Tree Brother." "You are a good man, Ogier," Lan said. Loyal grinned. "I will take that as a compliment, but I do not know what Elder Hammond would say." They rode in a single file, with Matt behind the warder, where he could use his bow to effect if needed, and Perrin bringing up the rear, with his axe across the pommel of his saddle. They crested a hill, and in an eye blink, the blight was all around them, twisted and rotted in virulent rainbow hues. Rand looked over his shoulder, but the Green Man's garden was nowhere to be seen. Only the blight stretching behind them as before. Yet he thought, for just a moment, that he saw the towering top of the oak tree, green and lush, before it shimmered and was gone. Then there was only the blight. He half expected they would have to fight their way out as they'd fought their way in, but the blight was as quiet and still as death. Not a single branch trembled, as if to lash at them. Nothing screamed or howled, neither nearby nor in the distance. The blight seemed to crouch, not to pounce, but as if it had been struck by a great blow and waited for the next to fall. Even the sun was less red. When they passed the necklace of lakes, the sun hung not far past its zenith. Land kept them well away from the lakes and did not even look at them, but Rand thought the seven towers seemed taller than when he first saw them. He was sure the jagged tops were further from the ground, and above them something almost seemed seamless towers gleaming in the sun, and banners with golden cranes flying on the wind. He blinked and stared, but the towers refused to vanish completely. They were there at the edge of vision until the blight hid the lakes once more. Before sunset, the warder chose a campsite, and Moiraine, Nynaeve, and Egwene helped her to set boards. The Aes Sedai whispered in the other woman's ear before she began. Nynaeve hesitated, but when Moiraine closed her eyes, all three women did so together. Rand saw Matt and Perrin staring and wondered how they could be surprised. Every woman is an Aes Sedai, he thought mirthlessly. The light helped me, so am I. Bleakness held his tongue. Why is it so different? Perrin asked as Egwene and the wisdom helped Moiraine to her bed. It feels His thick shoulders shrugged, as if he could not find the word. "We struck a mighty blow at the Dark One," Moiraine replied, settling herself with a sigh. "The shadow will be a long time recovering." "How?" Matt demanded. "What did we do?" "Sleep," Moiraine said. "We are not out of the blight yet." But the next morning, still nothing changed that Rand could see. The blight faded as they rode south, of course. Twisted trees were replaced by straight. The stifling heat diminished. Rotting foliage gave way to merely disease. And then not disease, he realized. The forest around them became red with new growth, thick on the branches. Buds sprouted on the undergrowth, creepers covered the rocks with green, and new wildflowers dotted the grass as thick and bright as where the Green Man walked. It was as if spring, so long held back by winter, now raced to catch up to where it should be. He was not the only one who stared. "A mighty blow," Moiraine murmured, and would say no more. Climbing wild rose entwined the stone columns, marking the border. Men came out of the watchtowers to greet them. There was a stunned quality to their laughter, and their eyes shone with amazement, as if they could not believe the new grass under their steel-clad feet. "The light has conquered the shadow. A great victory in Tarwin's Gap. We have a message. Victory! The light bless us again! King Isar is strong in the light," Lan replied to all their shouts. The watchmen wanted to tend Moiraine, or at least send an escort with them, but she refused it all. Even flat on her back, on a litter, the Aes Sedai's presence was such that the armored men fell back, bowing and ascending to her wishes. Their laughter followed as Rand and the others rode on. In the late afternoon, they reached Fal Dara, to find the grim walled ringing with celebration, ringing in truth. Rand doubted there could be a bell in the city not clanging, from the tiniest silver harness chime to a great bronze gong in the tower tops. The gate stood wide open, and men ran laughing and singing in the streets, flowers struck in their top knots and in the crevices of their armor. The common people of the town had not yet returned from Fal Morin, but the soldiers were newly come from Tarwin's Gap, and their joy was enough to fill the streets. "Victory in the Gap! We won! A miracle in the Gap! The Age of Legends has come back! Spring!" A grizzled old soldier laughed as he hung a garland of morning stars around Rand's neck. His own top knot was a white cluster of them. "The light blesses us with spring once more." Learning they wanted to go to the keep, a circle of men clad in steel and flowers surrounded them, running to clear a way through the celebration. Ingtar's was the first face Rand saw that was not smiling. "I was too late," Ingtar told Lan with a sour grimness. "Too late by an hour to see peace." His teeth ground audibly, but then his expression became contrite. "Forgive me. Grief makes me forget my duties. Welcome, Builder. Welcome to you all. It is good to see you safely out of the blight. I will bring the healer to Moiraine in her chambers and inform Lord Agilmar." "Take me to Lord Agilmar," Moiraine commanded. "Take us all." Ingtar opened his mouth to protest and bowed under the force of her eyes. Agilmar was in his study, with his sword and armor back on their rack. And his was the second face that did not smile. He wore a troubled frown that deepened when he saw Moiraine carried on her litter by liveried servants. Women in the black and gold fluttered over, bringing the Aes Sedai to him, without a chance to freshen herself or be brought to a healer. Loyal carried a gold chest. The pieces of the seal were still in Moraine's pouch. Luce Theron Kinslayer's banner was wrapped in her blanket roll and still tied behind Aldub's saddle. The groom who had led the white mare away had received the strictest orders to see the blanket roll was placed untouched in the chamber assigned to the Aes Sedai. "Peace," the Lord of Fal Dara muttered. "Are you injured, Moiraine Sedai? Ingtar, Why have you not seen the Aes Sedai to her bed and brought to a healer? Be still, Lord Agilmar, Moiraine said. Ingtar has done as I commanded him. I am not so frail as everyone here seems to think. She motioned 2 of the women to help her to a chair. For a moment, they clasped their hands, exclaiming that she was too weak, that she should be in a warm bed, and the healer brought. And a hot bath. Moraine's eyebrows lifted. The women shut their mouths abruptly and hurried to aid her into a chair. As soon as she settled, she waved them away irritably. I would speak to you, Lord Agilmar. Agilmar nodded, and Ingtar waved the servants from the room. The Lord of Fal Dara eyed those who remained expectantly, especially Rand. The Lord of Fal Dara eyed those who remained expectantly, especially, Rand thought, Loyal and the golden chest. We hear, Moiraine said as soon as the door shut behind Ingtar, that you won a great victory in Tarwin's Gap. Yes, Agilmar said slowly, his troubled frown returning. Yes, Aes Sedai, and no. The half-men and their Trollocs were destroyed to the last, but we barely fought. A miracle, my men call it. The earth swallowed them, the mountains buried them, only a few Dreadkar were left, too frightened to do else but fly north as fast as they could. A miracle indeed, Moiraine said, and spring has come again. A miracle, Agilmar said, shaking his head. But, Moiraine, Sedai, men say many things about what happened in the Gap. That the light took on flesh and fought for us. That the Creator walked into the Gap to strike at the shadow. But I saw a man, Moiraine, Sedai. I saw a man, and what he did cannot be, must not be. The wheel weaves as the wheel wills, Lord of Fal Dara. As you say, Moiraine, Sedai. And Padon Fain, he is secure. I must speak with him when I am rested. He has held as you commanded, Aes Sedai, whining at his guards half the time and trying to command the rest. But peace, Moiraine, Sedai. What of you, in the Blight? You found the Green Man? I see his hand and new things growing. We found him, she said flatly. The Green Man is dead, Lord Agilmar, and the eye of the world is gone. There will be no more quests by young men seeking glory. The Lord of Fal Dara frowned, shaking his head in confusion. Dead? The Green Man? He cannot be. Then you were defeated? But the flowers and the growing things. We won, Lord Agilmar. We won. And the land freed from winter is the proof. But I fear the last battle has not yet been fought. Rand stirred, but the Aes Sedai gave him a sharp look, and he stood still again. The Blight still stands, and the forges of Thakandar still work below Shale Ghul. There are many half-men yet, and countless Trollocs. Never think the need for watchfulness in the borderlands is gone. I did not think it so, Aes Sedai, he said stiffly. Moiraine motioned for Loyal to set the gold chest at her feet, and when he did, she opened it, revealing the horn. The horn of Valir, she said, and Agilmar gasped. Rand almost thought the man would kneel. With that, Moiraine, Sedai, it matters not how many half-men or Trollocs remain. With the heroes of old come back from the tomb, we will march to the blasted lands and level Shale Ghul. No, Agilmar's mouth fell open in surprise, but Moiraine continued calmly. I did not show it to you to taunt you, but so that you will know that in whatever battles yet come, our might will be as great as that of the shadow. Its place is not here. The horn must be carried to Ilion. It is there, if fresh battles threaten, that it must rally the forces of the light. I will ask an escort of your best men to see that it reaches Ilion safely. There are dark friends still, as well as half-men and Trollocs, and those who come to the horn will follow whoever wins it. It must reach Ilion. It shall be as you say, Aes Sedai. But when the lid of the chest closed, the Lord of Fal Dara looked like a man being denied his last glimpse of the light. 7 days later, bells still rang in Fal Dara. The people had returned from Moiraine, adding the celebration to that of the soldiers, and shouts and singing blended with the pealings of the bells on the long balcony where Rand stood. The balcony overlooked Agelmar's private gardens, green and flowering, but he did not give them a second look. Despite the sun high in the sky, spring in Shinar was cooler than he was used to. Yet sweat glistened on his bare chest and shoulders as he swung the heron-marked blade, each move precise, yet distant from where he floated in the void. Even there he wondered how much joy there would be in town if they knew the banner Moiraine still kept hidden. Good, sheep herder. Leaning across the railing with his arms folded across his chest, the warder watched him critically. You are doing well, but don't push so hard. You can't become a blade master in a few weeks. The void vanished like a pricked bubble. I don't care about being a blade master. It's a blade master's blade, sheep herder. I just want my father to be proud of me. His hand tightened on the rough leather of the hilt. I just want Tam to be my father. He slammed the sword shut into its scabbard. Anyways, I don't have a few weeks. Then you've not changed your mind? Would you? Land's expression had not altered. The flat planes of his face looked as if they could not change. You won't try to stop me or Moiraine Sedai? You can do as you will, sheep herder, or as the pattern weaves for you. The warder straightened. I'll leave you now. Rand turned to watch Land go and found Egwene standing there. Changed your mind about what, Rand? He snatched up his shirt and coat, suddenly feeling the cool. I'm going away, Egwene. Where? Somewhere. I don't know. He did not want to meet her eyes. But he could not stop looking at her. She wore wild roses twined in her hair, flowing about her shoulders. She held her cloak close, dark blue and embroidered along the edge with a thin line of white flowers, in the Shinaran fashion, and the blossoms made a line straight up to her face. They were no paler than her cheeks. Her eyes seemed so large and dark. Away. I'm sure Moiraine Sedai will not like you just going off after what you've done. You deserve some reward. Moiraine doesn't know I am alive, and I've done what she wanted, and that's the end of it. She doesn't even speak to me when I go to her. Not that I've tried to stay close to her, but she's avoided me. She won't care if I go, and I don't care if she does. Moiraine is still not completely well, Rand. She hesitated. I have to go to Tarvalon for my training. Nynaeve is coming too. And Matt still needs to be healed from whatever binds him to that dagger. And Perrin wants to see Tarvalon before he goes, wherever. You could come with us. And wait for some Aes Sedai besides Moiraine to find out what I am and gentle me? His voice was rough, almost a sneer. He could not change it. Is that what you want? No. He knew he would never be able to tell her how grateful he was that she had not hesitated before answering. Rand, you aren't afraid. They were alone, but she looked around and still lowered her voice. Moiraine says you don't have to touch the true source. If you don't touch Saidin, if you don't try to wield the one power, you'll be safe. Oh, I won't touch it again. Nor if I have to cut my hand off first. What if I can't stop? I never tried to wield it, not even at the eye. What if I can't stop? Will you go home, Rand? Your father must be dying to see you. Even Matt's father must be dying to see him by now. I'll be coming back to Emmons Field next year. For at least a while. At least. He rubbed his palm over the hilt of his sword, feeling the bronze heron. My father. Home. Light how I want to see it. Not home. Somewhere where there aren't people to hurt if I can't stop myself. Somewhere alone. Suddenly it felt as cold as snow on the balcony. I'm going away, but not home. Egwene, why did you have to be one of those... He put his arm around her and whispered to her hair, "Not home ever." In Agilmar's private garden, under a thick bower dotted with white blossoms, Moiraine shifted in her bed chair. The fragments of steel lay on her lap, and the small gem she sometimes wore in her hair spun and glittered on its gold chain from the ends of her fingers. The faint blue glow faded from the stone, and a smile touched her lips. It had no power itself, the stone, but the first use she had ever learned of the one power as a girl in the royal palace in Cairhien was using the stone to listen to people when they thought they were too far off to be overheard. "The prophecies will be fulfilled," the Aes Sedai whispered. "The dragon is reborn." The end of the first book of The Wheel of Time.
So that is the end of The Eye of the World for this year's Beltane. But before we go, I thought it would be a lot of fun to have a little preview into what next year's event will be. Of course, we'll be going into The Great Hunt. So without further ado, let's have a little bit of the prologue, In the Shadow. The man who called himself Bors, at least in this place, sneered at the low murmuring that rolled around the vaulted chamber like the soft gabble of geese. His grimace was hidden by the black silk mask that covered his face, though, just like the masks that covered the 100 other faces in the chamber. 100 black masks and 100 pairs of eyes trying to see what lay behind them. If one did not look too closely, the huge room could have been a palace, with its tall marble fireplace and its golden lamps hanging from the domed ceiling, its colorful tapestries and intricately patterned mosaic floor. If one did not look too closely, the fireplaces were cold. For one thing, flames danced on logs as thick as a man's leg, but gave no heat. The walls behind the tapestries, the ceiling high above the lamps, were undressed stone, almost black. There were no windows, and only 2 doorways, one at either end of the room. It was as if someone had intended to give the semblance of a palace reception chamber, but had not cared enough to bother with more than the outline and a few touches of detail. Where the chamber was, the man who called himself Bors did not know, nor did he think any of the others knew. He did not like to think about where it might be. It was enough that he had been summoned. He did not like to think about that either. But for such a summons, even he came. He shifted his cloak, thankful that the fires were cold, else it would have been too hot for the black wool draping him to the floor. All his clothes were black. The bulky folds of the cloak hid the stoop he used to disguise his height, and bred confusion as to whether he was thin or thick. He was not the only one there, enveloped in a tailor's span of cloth. Silently he watched his companions. Patience had marked much of his life. Always, if he waited and watched long enough, someone made a mistake. Most of the men and women here might have had the same philosophy. They watched and listened to those who had to speak. Some people could not bear waiting or silence, so they gave away more than they knew. Servants circulated through the guests, slender, golden-haired youths proffering wine with a bow and a wordless smile. Young men and young women alike, they wore tight white breeches and flowing white shirts. And male and female alike, they moved with disturbing grace. Each looked more than a mirror image of the others. And boys as handsome as the girls were beautiful. He doubted he could distinguish one from another, and he had an eye and a memory for faces. A smiling, white-clad girl offered her tray of crystal goblets to him. He took one with no intention of drinking. It might appear untrusting or worse, and either could be deadly here if he refused altogether, but anything could be slipped into a drink. Surely some among his companions would have no objections to seeing the number of their rivals for power dwindle, whomever the unlucky ones had happened to be. Idly he wondered whether the servants would have to be disposed of after this meeting. Servants hear everything. As the servant girl straightened from her bow, his eye caught hers above the sweet smile. Blank eyes, empty eyes, a doll's eyes. Eyes more dead than death. He shivered as she moved gracefully away and raised the goblet to his lips before he caught himself. It was not what had been done to the girl that chilled him. Rather, every time he thought he detected a weakness in those he now served, he found himself preceded, the supposed weakness cut out with a ruthless precision that left him amazed and worried. The first rule of his life had always been to search for weakness, for every weakness was a chink where he could probe and pry and influence. If his masters for the moment, had no weakness, all right, with that, we are finished our very first, and hopefully not our last, Beltane Robert Jordan reading day. I really hope you enjoyed. Please do let me know in the comments and things like that if you had a good time, and if this is the kind of thing that you want to have yearly at Beltane. That would be really, really nice. I know we have quite a few other books to get through, so it would be really, really awesome to just every year do the next book in the list. And I would love to have more readers. So if you're interested in reading for the next event, send me an email or leave me a comment or send me a message, however you want. There's lots of ways to do that. So just let me know. I would love to have more readers and have the event go even longer. That would be awesome. I want to say a really huge thank you to all of the amazing readers that we had today. Thank you all so, so much for giving your time and reading. I know it's not easy to read on screen for a bunch of people, but everyone did amazing, and I'm so happy to have you. So hopefully you'll come back and do more readings in the future. And I will say really quickly again to cap things off, if you're interested in helping support my Soundscape of Time project, the Kickstarter is live right now. You can check out the QR code there and back it if you're interested. If you enjoyed the music and the sounds that you heard all day, then you can get a whole lot more of it there. And I definitely can't put the time and effort into making these projects to the detail that I do without your support. So thank you all so, so much for that. And thank you for coming to this first annual Robert Jordan Reading Day. And I hope I'll see you next time at the next Beltane.